we dive into the agenda for today, here are a few housekeeping rules. Kindly keep those little powerful gadgets on silent so that we do not disturb the next person. Our exhibition area is outside the main foyer. Please explore during the break or during the lunch. To our online audience, we have not forgotten about you. Thank you so much for tuning in early. I saw some comments there on Zoom of people like, okay, let's start introducing ourselves, why don't we? And you guys are certainly on the right track. So your task is simple. Make sure you engage with us. Don't be left behind. A good friend of mine says that there's power in proximity, but it's up to you who are joining us online to make sure that this encounter is equally powerful for you. Let's engage with the hashtag InspireMeAfrica. And most importantly, we need to connect with each other. Let's share, let's laugh, let's learn, let's evolve. So now let's unpack the heart of what today is all about. The Absa Inspire Me conference was launched in 2022 by the Absa teams in Ghana, in Kenya, and in Zambia, under the women banking propositions. And since then, it has evolved into a platform that empowers women-led SMEs, fosters business-to-business networking, and opens doors for new markets. I think we can put our hands together for that. So one thing about me, and my biggest ask is, let's engage with each other. While I might be the one in front of the mic right now, but we're gonna have conversations. We're gonna have business-to-business conversations, but it's not about being too serious, because connections are sometimes built with a simple hello. I love how you look. That color looks good on you. So let's try reach out to the next person. And I know you came, and of course, I'm sure you naturally huddled to people that you know, but take time, especially tomorrow. We'll maybe do an exercise where you make sure you sit next to someone who is, number one, not from your country. Yeah? So you're possibly unlikely to know them. But for the delegates who are always traveling, make sure you don't play us, Make sure you sit next to someone who's not from your country and someone who you indeed do not know. At this time, I would also like to recognize our partner, DHL. They facilitated the capacity building session yesterday, and today they're joining us again in the exhibition area. For those who want to ship out something possibly, they've got a shipping station right in the foyer, so make sure you take advantage of that facility. I would also like to especially recognize some queen mothers that have traveled all the way from Ghana. Can we please recognize them? I think we can certainly do better than that. Let us recognize the queen mothers. We've got Nana Dede II, the paramount queen mother of the Andansi Traditional Council. We've also got Nana Dwam, the divisional queen mother of the Eduasi Division Council. Apologies for, I'm sure I butchered those names, but the respect is definitely there, and we're so glad that you took time to not only travel, but to spend this time with us, and we'll make sure that we'll make sure that it is as impactful as possible. So at this time, I'll ask that you turn your attention to the screens as we spotlight on a woman who's working in agribusiness and transforming markets.
Last 2 years, I don't know why I'm a manager and buy. But I know so, you have one man, if I can say, a young growing now, ticket. Now, the bank will bring a big crowd that just 50,000. Oh, my, what's a profile Japan crack? Yes, you will make another need that. Or back me out first, 4 times. And I'm going to say, manager, when you have it. Maybe I can't. In fact, you won't snap one. I'm home at Jumana, say, some of you ask, I don't work as CF5, and a for 10%. I'm one me papa in a mania shop, me gray. I will teach my me father getting me ding. And then, me dinner high, make it a 6 cross. My junior warehouse, as I say, I'm a coming broccoli in 9 weeks. Ah, me this. Let me say, I read my name, my dream. Now you will be shop, then some say, they my way there, why are you? Let me say, and my young favorite tonight, a great man. And now, MasterCard Foundation, and the Absa Banking, and then someone will say, a great man, and mine denied me. Shall we ask the credit table thrown and a baby said they would. And so this was a 1 year a break, Juma, 1 year no. All shots at a crack, I had a crowd, 1 year I made for the year. Then you said, I couldn't play, and I am.
Indeed, she says, start small. And I always say, it doesn't matter how small you start. There's nothing wrong with starting small. The point is for you to start and grow from there. And nobody's going to despise your humble beginnings. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll dive right into the program for today. And we'll start with our first panel, which speaks to one of the greatest barriers and also one of the greatest enablers of business growth, which is access to business. The title of the panel is Unlocking Financial Success, Empowering Women Entrepreneurs to Scale Insights on Financial Solutions and Tools Available to Support Business Growth. Put your hands together for this panel, and I'm sure our panelists are ready. I'd like to, as I'm calling on the panelists, just with the spirit of camaraderie, let's make sure that we welcome them, we invite them. Some are nervous, some are like, how's the room faring? So make sure you are as inviting as possible. So ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the Absa Zambia PLC Business Banking Director, Bruce Gianni, who has significant growth, who has driven significant growth in business banking field, with key economic sectors being manufacturing, agriculture, and SMEs. He has more than 25 years of banking experience and has worked for various financial institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Bruce. Next up, we have the Absa Kenya Business Banking Director, Elizabeth, who has nearly 30 years, are you listening? Nearly 3 decades of banking experience. She possesses extensive experience in strategic leadership, particularly in the realm of developing and expanding small and medium enterprises and commercial banking across the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to expand your SMEs, make sure you put your hands together for Elizabeth. On this dynamic panel, we also have the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission Director Investment, Bololwa Zimba, and she has also over 35 years of experience in the financial and banking sector, including over 12 years experience in senior executive roles. Ms. Zimba brings profound expertise in strategic financial management, investment promotion, and enterprise development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mrs. Zimba as she makes her way to the stage. And anchoring this discussion, we have Blessings Banda. He is an accomplished financial market professional with over 15 years of progressive experience in banking, wealth management, and foreign exchange trading. As the head of wealth at Absa Bank Zambia, he delivers tailored investment solutions, manages high net worth client portfolios, and drives the retail foreign exchange and fixed income strategy. Put your hands together as Blessings makes his way to the stage.
Good morning. Before I sit, I think I'm very impressed by the achievements that my panel have scored in the years of their experience, and I would like to, all of us, give them another round of applause for that achievement. By the way, that includes me. And just to also mention that the introduction was quite mouthful. And if you would like to know more about how Absa can help you, get more wealthy through investments, please don't forget to get my card. So good morning once more, and welcome to the first panel discussion of the conference. And we're looking at unlocking financial success for women entrepreneurs. Access to finance. There's always hurdles that comes with access to finance, especially in Africa. And there's a general view that this access to finance, whether at an individual, household, or small business level, is anchored on terms like credit worthiness or the unwillingness for institutions to lend. So this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to delve into this very important subject and just look at the steps that must be taken to ensure that our enterprises are able to scale through capital injection. My panel here will also share some insights on how we can scale women-led enterprises sustainably across the continent. Shall we? I'll start with you, Bruce. I know for a fact that you've grown the business banking segment for Absa Bank Zambia in the years to the heights that we are seeing today. In your own perspective, are you able to just share with us what the top 3 financial challenges women-led SMEs face when trying to scale? And maybe as you give us that, maybe you can also just point to some of the tailored specific financial solutions that we've employed to just try and help these SMEs have access to finances.
Hello, are you able to hear me? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Blessing, for making me go ahead of the ladies today. I think it's an honor, really, Elizabeth. So, yeah. So I think it's important, yes, to unpack that question in detail, obviously, in terms of what are some of the challenges that we see, in our business from time to time with not only women-led, but also, I think, generally across the SME sector itself. So the first one, obviously, that we see is that access to finance being the broader, obviously, challenge. But what underpins the access to finance in terms of challenges is first and foremost is adequate security. You find that typically when you are structuring a transaction from a lending point of view, you would want the facility to be secured. But when you look around, you find that there is inadequacy in terms of security, be it whether it's a mortgaged property, land and building, to be specific, or any other. I think there is a challenge that we see coming through in that space based on conversations that we normally have with our SMEs or women-led businesses. That's number one. I think number two is that there is also typically a challenge around financial literacy. And I'm speaking in different categories, obviously, of SMEs that we interact with on a day-to-day basis. So you have to go through quite a lot of hand-holding and discussions around what this means from that perspective. So, and also sometimes you see inadequacy around financial advisory services. So sometimes as a bank we have to play those two roles to make sure that there is a process to get them to the level of where there is understanding in terms of what they're getting into and so forth. From a financial planning point of view, preparation of financials, preparation of cash flows, those are important because those can limit somebody from actually accessing financing itself. Then the other bit, obviously, which I think is critical also to mention, is the issue around, very few de-risking DFIs. Although I think we are seeing this space improving in the recent times. I mean, we're just having a chat just before we came in here with the Assistant Secretary General of COMESA around, de-risking and so forth. It was a fantastic conversation in the sense that now I think there is more appreciation around it. We're seeing agencies coming through to de-risk, which sorts out the issue around the security itself. So we are seeing agencies coming in and saying, okay, I'll give a 50% risk-sharing participation to cure the issue around security itself. But also we have seen others actually up the ante in terms of that space. Others have even gone to 80%, which is, I think, fantastic, and specifically to solution for women-led businesses, which is excellent. I think the number of conversations that we are having in that space is amazing. So those are some of the key three challenges that I see in our day-to-day conversations around women-led businesses. Then obviously, I think you asked a question around what are some of the things that we are looking at, to try and help. I think I've preempted some of them around, partnerships with DFIs to help with the security, curing, challenge itself. Like I said, with partners in Zambia, for instance, with DFC, which is the American wing of the financing. Out of America, we did partner with them, I think about 2-3 years ago, where a $20 million guarantee was given to us, basically to support growth in the women-led and SME sector. And it cures the issue around security. So the risk sharing basically is around 50% each. We take 50% such that, any entity or lady that wants to borrow, they all have to, the only thing is that they have to bring 50% of the security, which I think to a large extent helps cure the issue around security. So we are looking for those partnerships. And I think you hear also from Elizabeth that there's many more. And the Ghana team also, when, probably in the in conversations that will come through around what they are doing in that space to basically cure the issue around security itself. So that's one, partnerships that we are looking for with different partners and so forth. The second one is obviously around, coming up with products, from a bank point of view. And we have relooked at some of the product settings that we have. How can we taper down some of the criteria that, we've been used to try and just drive access to finance from that perspective. So we have opened up what we call unsecured lending, which solutions for 3 different, sort of product ranges, which is invoice discounting, short-term working capital up to 12 months, and then also order financing. So those are elements that we have put in there to make it easier for our clients basically to access financing from that perspective. So there's many more. There's also other products like, if you want to finance movable, assets, there is a product that we have put out which is called the Vehicle and Asset Finance. That's one capability that we have put on the table that we can be able to engage and discuss with our clients. So we have been reactive. We have been proactive, sorry, in trying to find solution for that. And hence the issue around us now having, a pillar, which is a women's led proposition, which is not constant. It's every day evolving and developing to make sure that we meet the needs of this particular segment. So in a nutshell, Blessing, that's where we are from a Zambia perspective in terms of what we are doing in that particular space.
Thank you, Bruce. So it's the partnerships, it's the de-risking, it's the solutioning. In the portfolios that I manage, especially when I speak to investments, I've seen a portfolio that's skewed more towards the women. I don't want to speculate about where the men take the money. But then this analogy cannot be underpinned on the fact that we still have the gender financing gap at a business level, right? We still have that gap that we've seen, and women-led businesses are kind of lagging behind at a comparative level. And I'll come to you, Elizabeth. What strategies is Absa Kenya employing to just try and bridge that financing gap? And maybe especially pointing out to high growth sectors such as the agribusiness, the tourism, tech, and manufacturing.
Thank you very much, Blessings. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
I hope we are here to learn, unlearn, relearn. Are we together? There's a lot of learning that needs to go in this room today, and really happy to be here to share in the question that has been put before me. Because in our conversation, I think it's important, ladies, that we, and gentlemen, because I won't forget there are gentlemen in the room, that it's an ecosystem, it's a conversation that all of us together need to participate in. The reason why we don't have this conversation just exclusively for women alone, men are also involved. We have a lot of he for she's in the room. We have a lot of men who can open doors for these conversations, and we can't do it without them. Are we together? So thank you very much, gentlemen. I know there are very powerful gentlemen sitting in this room who will open doors for us. When it comes to an Absa conversation, and I'll just take a step back to give a view of the why we are here, why the space that we're in. About 5 years ago, we had a conversation with women across, that time it was Kenya, and we actually got our counterparts across the continent to have the conversation as well. To ask women, what is it that we need to give you to allow you to grow and to flourish and to be empowered? Why? Because we couldn't do it from a bank perspective. We have a lot of products and services. I mean, it's a whole cupboard of them. There's a whole array of them that are sitting in there. But the question is, how can we be able to support you to be able to flourish to that extent? And the women told us 4 things. The women told us, 1, we need access to sustainable finance. And finance that can support us, and to the points that my brother Bruce has mentioned, to enable us, finance our facilities. What are these things that we need to do from a banking perspective? So that was clear to us. As a bank, we needed to provide that. Number 2, the women told us that you can provide us all the financing in the world, but can you also provide us with an opportunity to networking? The networks that are, that we gain in rooms like this. How do we make sure that women consistently have them so that we know what the future looks like, and so we're able to, move forward? Let's not make the same mistakes over and over again. The sharing that goes along in these rooms are important. So access to network was an important piece. The third one was access to markets. As a bank, we have the opportunity to operate in several countries across the African continent. How can we provide these opportunities for the women businesses, the SMEs to create? How can we prepare ourselves to ensure that we're taking advantage of these conversations across the continent? So access to markets has become a really core piece of what we do. The fourth one was, as we get trained, and the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're providing a lot of training, online, offline. Sometimes I think it's even an overload in terms of training. Everywhere you go, there's training. But the conversation is, how do we provide you with support around mentoring and coaching? After you've been trained, when you go back to your workplaces and you have all these theories written down on pieces of paper, yeah? How do you make sure you can ask questions in a safe environment and somebody can respond to you in the language you understand at the time at which you require the information? So the propositions that we are landing across the African continent is around making sure that we have those 4 key factors to support women businesses and SMEs essentially across the continent. So what is Absa then, doing around ensuring that the key areas of support, the key areas of growth across the continent are supported? So we speak about agriculture. And when I look at agriculture, women are the key drivers of agriculture. In any country across the African continent, when you wake up in the morning, the people who really go to the farms to get things going are women. But the thing that we've learned over the time is they're going into the which is a big concern. If we really want to grow the agriculture piece, how do we make sure that we can increase the level of understanding, increase the level of technology, information that is critical for those women to ensure that they can produce more with the space that we have and with the finances that we have? So what have we done as Absa, and hopefully, going across the continent? One, in the various countries, we have specialists in agriculture who are willing and able to support women in these conversations. Conversations around what can we do from that level to uplift the level of, how do you farm in a more efficient and effective manner? 3 years ago and moving forward, with all these things, we grow them, and ladies and gentlemen, a lot of buyers, any buyer worth its salt was there. And they came and said, goods, perfect. You guys are growing some really good stuff. Carrots, peanuts, all these things. Now, the question is, can we contract? We want a container every month. A container every month of these products. Now, that is where the problem started. Can you imagine the problem, ladies and gentlemen? We can grow, yes, I have my 2 acres that are growing, right? I know how to plant and grow these things. But when you tell me a container every month, it now speaks to consolidation. Yeah. How do you influence your people around you to also grow the same quality? Yeah? How do you influence us to make sure that we're growing at the same time so that they are ready at the same time so that they can be exported and in this quality and this quantity? Because once you sign a contract, you have to deliver. And the money is there. That was number one. So consolidation was a big issue. Number 2, the question was, now that we have these products ready, what kind of contracts are these? What are these contracts talking about? And the exposure around making sure that women and businesses, SME businesses, understand the contractual obligations and the do's and don'ts, and how to find financing now that you have a contract becomes the bank's problem to deal with. And once we're done with contractual, then we say there's logistics. How do we make sure that we can take the money, the goods, to the countries at which they're required, in the right quantity, in the right quality, with the insurances and everything that goes along? So as Absa Bank, to the answer to your question is, especially in the agri space, we've made an opportunity for women and SME business to have those conversations so that we are readily prepared. Yesterday, we had a conversation, and the ladies, some of the ladies and gentlemen in the room had a conversation with DHL. Because in this conversation around transport and logistics, we must make sure we have partners that can support us in moving forward. So our commitment as a bank, as Absa Bank, is even as we go through, agriculture, we have the skills, we have the opportunities, we are ready to have conversations with women in where they're comfortable. We are ready to pass on information so that we make sure that the next time, because every year these conversations take place in Madrid, Spain, we are there because we are able, and we'll come back with contracts, and we'll deliver, and we'll make money. Are we together? How many of us are ready to go? Ladies, we need to be brave, we need to be passionate, and we need to be ready. Yeah. Are we together? And believe me, the organizations will provide us with that opportunity. So from an agriculture perspective, we're there. The same applies for manufacturing. The retail and wholesale conversations are there. So please, I think the only conversation, the only ask for the women in the room is, can we be present in those conversations? Can we learn? Can we unlearn? Can we relearn until we get this right? Because we need to be brave, passionate, and ready to contract and make money. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for inspiring us. And quickly, I I'll point to Mbo. We've seen an aggressive agenda, especially at national level, to empower entrepreneurs, especially through CEC. Would you just point to us what interventions the Commission has deployed to financially support women SMEs?
Thank you very much, Blessings. Maybe you can allow me to also say hi to the audience.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Greetings from government. I'm coming in from Boma. So I'd like you to say to your neighbor, she is from Boma. Yeah. Just so that you say something. So my name is Mbo. I greet you. I'm very happy to be here. Lovely to see all you beautiful women. Coming back to the question, at national level, CEC is serving the people at grassroots. We are down there where you would not imagine. And what is comforting for me is Absa has come down with us. Absa is standing with us. We recently went into a partnership, to be specific, in November 2024. And this partnership is speaking to cooperatives who operate out of markets. And these are people who we never really think want to bank or would require access to finance, but they do. They need our help. At national level, coming back, we've been mandated to help citizen-owned companies or SMEs, citizen-owned or citizen-empowered SMEs, and citizen-influenced enterprises. Our mandate is huge. We've got all these targeted citizens who we acknowledge are vulnerable, who at the stage where they're at are do not have the capacity to be able to walk into the bank. Maybe it's not even capacity, maybe they might even have the capacity, but they don't have the courage to walk in. So we as CEC are serving those people. And it's in line with the mandate and our strategic objective that we have chosen to make sure that we fund 40%, or maybe I should say it the other way, out of our total loan portfolio. Our aspiration is to make sure that we lend 40% to women, 40% to youths, which includes men and women, that's female and male. And then we're also looking at persons living with persons with disabilities, I shouldn't say living, persons with disabilities. That's 15%, and then we've got 5% for, or in fact it's 5% for persons with disabilities and 15% for men. It's a huge mandate, but we're happy to report or to let everybody know that we're making that difference. We might not see it, we might not even talk about it as much as we should, but it's making a difference in terms of economic empowerment for our people. How have we done it? We have got products in our books that support women-led entrepreneurs. So we introduced these products 2022. I'll even give you the names just in case you'd like to Google. We've got one that is called Wusulu. We've also got another that is called the Marketeer Booster, which is speaking into the partnership that we have with Absa. And we've also got the different loan products that women are also encouraged to apply for. However, like the previous speakers have mentioned, there are a few challenges. Challenges including security, challenges including capacity, just the comforts in terms of how they can put their papers together, record management. And it's through these partnerships that we're embarking on. We're signing all these partnerships with financial institutions as well as organizations like ACCA, where we are supporting them to make sure that we train them on how to keep records of what they're doing, their financials, and to appreciate the fact that for you to be able to grow your business, you have to have some financial discipline. So you have to be able to have some management accounting done, or even financial financial statements at the end of the year.
Sincere apologies, Mrs. Zimba. I have to cut you off. Unfortunately, we have to move on with the program due to circumstances beyond our control. So blessings, don't bite my head off. This was definitely unplanned, but we'll quickly have to pause this conversation and we'll pick it up later. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the panel.
Thank you.
Once again, apologies for that abrupt stop to the program.
It's okay.
It's okay, I'm forgiven. Ooh, that's important. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please be upstanding for the official formalities. And for the national anthem, please.
Stand and sing, O Zambia. Stand and sing, O Zambia, proud and free. Land of wake and joy in unity. Victors in the struggle for their right. We've won freedom's fight. All one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us for our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace needs Zambia's sky. Like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee. Oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God. Praise be, praise be. Bless our great nation. Zambia, Zambia. Free men we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee. Oh, one, strong and free.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Father in heaven, we just like to give you all the glory and all the thanks. We're so grateful for this Inspire Me conference that will leave the women elevated as they unite in purpose, oh Lord. We ask for impact, we ask for growth, and indeed we ask for elevation. Thank you so much for bringing us all here together to collaborate and to partner for the betterment of our continent, Africa. It is in your mighty name we pray. Amen. Amen. Please do take your seats. The Minister of Justice, Honorable Princess Kasune MP, government officials present, COMESA Assistant Secretary General, Admin and Finance, Dr. Dev Haman, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Bank of Zambia representatives, Dr. Austin Mwape, the board chairperson of Absa Bank Zambia PLC, Absa Bank Zambia board members present, Absa Bank Zambia Managing Director, Mrs. Mzinga Melu, captains of industries, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Absa Inspire Me Conference 2025. Come on now, welcome to the Absa Inspire Me Conference 2025. Our theme, Elevating Her Story, United for Purpose, is a bold statement of intention. And today it's really not just about dissecting themes, but it's about living them. So while we're here together, I invite especially in sub-Saharan Africa, where over 26 to 30% of adult women are in active businesses. And did you know that 58 of Africa's self-employed individuals are women, contributing to roughly 250 to 300 billion dollars to Africa's GDP. Now you ask me, Blessings was busy saying, yes, please do put your hands together. He spoke about how there's a gap in access to finance. How is that gap there when we take up the majority of those who are self-employed? So these are questions we need to ask ourselves. And women reinvest up to 90% of their income in health, in education, in community, driving social development at the grassroots level. And that actually speaks of African development. And it brings me to things like Africanacity, that uniquely talks about the resilience of the African to thrive against all odds. And it's a continental view, but let us bring us down to an individual perspective where your personal story matters. And we'll anchor ourselves in that today. We'll anchor ourselves in connection, in celebration, and in elevation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to invite to the podium a woman whose leadership in the financial sector is not only locally recognized, but globally respected. Her name resonates with passion, with resilience, and if you know her, you will know that she'll take up any opportunity to put the next woman on. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage the award-winning leader, named among the top 100 most influential African women, Mrs. Muzinga Melu, Absa Managing Director, Zambia.
Thank you so much, Tahila, and wow, that passion is infectious, isn't it? Yeah, thank you so much, and a very warm welcome to Zambia. Our sisters from Ghana, where are you? Big, wow, we see you. Our sisters from Kenya, are you here in the house? Karibu sana. Karibu sana, and our very own Zambians, you are welcome. We see you, all the business leaders. Let me just start by adopting all the protocols that have already been acknowledged by our Masters of Ceremony, who's done an amazing job. But it would be failing in my duty if I don't acknowledge the Minister of Justice, Honorable Princess Kasuni, MP. Thank you so much, ma'am, for representing yourself and the government. And I think it's also important for us to showcase that in Zambia, we have young ministers who are doing amazing jobs, who are leading huge ministries, and I am looking forward to hearing from her. Thank you so much, ma'am. I just want to also acknowledge our, amongst our clients, the Assistant Secretary General, Dr. Comesa, Dr. Diven Hammond. We acknowledge you, sir. Thank you so much. Madam Kapwepe would have been here, but she is ably represented. I want to acknowledge my board chairman, Dr. Austin Mwape. Thank you so much, sir. You are always there to support us. And when I saw Dr. Hammond, I was like, that's good, because at least he's not going to be alone. So that's very, very good. Thank you so much, sir. We acknowledge you. And I just want to acknowledge all my colleagues from Absa, those from different countries as well, and those of you from Zambia. They have worked very hard. You know, sometimes when you just show up, you find everything is already set, but they have worked hard to put everything together. And I just want to say we thank you. A big clap to our Absa colleagues. And I do acknowledge all our clients once again. We are happy that you have come for this Inspire Me conference. And my job really is to just welcome you. The chairman of the board will come and give the remarks on behalf of the bank. He will get into a little bit more detail. But for me, is to just say we have had the Inspire Me conference for the last few years now. And the past 2 years, we had it in Ghana, then we had it in Kenya, and this is our year to have it in Zambia. So I'm very excited because it does a few things, the Inspire Me conference. But firstly, just a bit of a background. We started this business called Women in Business about 3 years ago. Maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and it was probably before COVID. And Women in Business, Madam Guest of Honor, was really meant to give that platform to women, that number one, they can have access to finance. And as Absa Zambia, we have that access to finance where we have partnered with a number of agencies where we are able to risk participate and give them finance at affordable interest rates. We have been able so far to actually probably give up to probably about $5 million. And we have a revolving fund that we continue to actually give our women in business. And a big clap, yes, a big clap. Yeah. And as we do this, this is meant to elevate the women, business women, and the youth, because in the youth we have both women and men. And as we do this, it was also important for us to give them that access to market, which is why the Elevate conference is so important, because it opens other markets. You can trade here in Zambia with the local Zambians, but our market is only about 20 million people. But if you open it up to Ghana, you open it up to Kenya, you open it up to Congo, you open it up to China, then the market becomes big. But this conference is saying, women, you can do business with fellow women from other countries. So during break, please don't stick to yourselves. Follow those women from Ghana. Follow them and find out how they do things. Find out how is it that in Ghana you manage to grow your businesses at the level that you do. Ghana has a huge population. How is it that in Kenya you've been able to grow your businesses amidst the African challenges that we have? And equally, they'll also learn from us. How is it that in Zambia you manage to do what you do? And together, we will be elevated. But if you stick to your own, you've come to a conference and you're just on your own talking about the usual, we're not going to get that Elevate conference that we're looking for. So we want you to elevate by opening that access. For us, it's about access. When you are able to speak to a fellow woman from another market and exchange business card, network, even the men have come from other markets. I see you. Just find out how they do things. You don't have to learn everything now, but just get their card and just say, I see you, I am going to follow you. I'm going to follow exactly what you do. And you can Google them and you find them on social media, because right now, the best way to sell your business for free is using your social media platform. Go there and see what your colleagues are doing, and you can also do it. So it's really a profound honor and sincere pleasure to welcome you to our 2025 Absa Inspire Me conference, which is being held here in Lusaka. We started yesterday. It's running for 2 days, today and tomorrow, but our colleagues, some of the colleagues arrived yesterday. And, you know, this is really for us looking for you to be catalysts for change, united under the powerful theme of Elevate Her Story. Because your story matters. So we are looking for you to elevate that story, elevate who you are. Go beyond your normal course of business. Just find out how you can do things the way others do it. And we acknowledge our online. We acknowledge the online delegates because we have a lot of online delegates. We don't want to forget you today. I think one of the objectives that the team said is as we start interacting with our delegates in the room, we should also capture the delegates online because not everybody could be here, but our delegates have dialed in from right across the continent. So we see you and we acknowledge you. And please send in your comments, send in your questions, and we will be ready to receive them and respond. Indeed, your presence reaffirms our shared commitment to empowering women entrepreneurs who are driving innovation, creating jobs, and building resilient businesses that transform communities and economies. I have a lot of respect for women who run your own businesses. Trust me, it's easier to go to the office, know that you are assured of a salary at the end of the month. But it's harder knowing that if I don't have the right clients, I may not be able to pay salaries. So hats off to you. A lot of respect. Give yourself a round of applause. So during this conference, you engage in meaningful conversations, thought-provoking sessions, a number of them have already started, and hands-on workshops. And we also have an opportunity to be able to see some of the different stuff that you are selling, products that you are selling. The minister will be able to go there with our board chair to just see what you have out there, and hopefully they'll be able to buy something before they leave. So we are really proud to host you, and we are hosting you as Zambia, but we are hosting you alongside our colleagues from Kenya and Ghana. So we are not doing this alone. It's in Zambia, but we are hosting you alongside Kenya and Ghana. So very soon you'll be hearing, probably after the break, from our CEO in Ghana, who will also be giving his remarks because we are all co-hosting. And our purpose as Absa is empowering Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. And we believe in our brand promise that your story matters and your story is special, and everyone has a story. You know, sometimes we think your story is better than mine. Your story matters. Your story, the way it is and the way you're trying to build and elevate it, it matters to us. And we want to walk with you on your journey to yes. You will come to Absa. Sometimes you say, but I came and I didn't get the loan that I was looking for. But our job is not to give you the loan immediately, but is to walk with you on your journey to yes. And as you participate in the next 2 days, I encourage you to listen openly, collaborate generously, and take full advantage of the connections and indeed the knowledge that the platform offers. You are the heartbeat of Africa's future economy, and Africa is honored to support this powerful movement. Thank you so much for joining us, joining me. So today, we're excited to have you here, and I think tomorrow you'll be visiting some companies. We have lined up some very powerful, some of the women-led companies like Java Foods, for example, Trade Kings, not necessarily women-led, but very local company that is doing things across the country. So you'll visit a number of those companies tomorrow, and we're looking forward to meeting you at the dinner tomorrow night, where it will be elegant African attire. I don't know how that looks, but I'm looking forward. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Mzinga. Mrs. Mzinga, before you head over to your seat, she spoke about Ghana first and how we should learn from those who have come in from Ghana. Did you know that the third highest number of female entrepreneurs in sub-Saharan Africa hail from Ghana? Wow. So once again, Akwaba Ghana. Thank you so much for joining us. Please don't get tired as we hound you with questions on how you're doing it. Mrs. Mzinga Melo, I just asked that she will help me invite our board chair to deliver his remarks. So Dr. Austin Mwape's leadership has played a critical role in guiding Absa Zambia's strategic vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tehila. And indeed, the Ghanaians will see you. I believe we have two royalties in the building. If you're there, why don't you stand up so we acknowledge you? Thank you. We see you, and I have to learn a bit of Ghanaian. But we see you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We see you. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. It's my rare and singular honor to invite our board chairman for Absa Bank Zambia, Dr. Austin Mwape, who will give his remarks on behalf of the bank. Please give him a thank you.
Thank you very much, Mzinga, and a very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Good morning. That's the better, and welcome to Zambia. The Minister of Justice, Honorable Princess Kasune, MP, COMESA Assistant Secretary General, Dr. Dave Hammond, Absa Bank board members present here, Absa Bank Managing Director, Mzinga Melo, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, may I simply say all protocols observed. It's with great pride and a deep sense of purpose that I welcome you to the 2025 Absa Inspire Me conference, hosted by Absa Bank Zambia in collaboration with our sister markets in Ghana and Kenya under the theme, Elevating Her Story, United for Purpose. This is not just a conference, it is a board declaration of intent. It is a recognition that women-led enterprises are not only shaping the business landscape today, but are redefining the economic narrative of Africa's tomorrow. At Absa, our commitment extends beyond statements of support. We are dedicated to implementing concrete, measurable initiatives that enable women to grow their enterprises, access finance, and expand their economic footprint. The Inspire Conference was conceived with this objective in mind, to close the gap between potential and opportunity and to facilitate meaningful engagement across markets. Across the continent, including here in Zambia, women are playing an increasingly pivotal role in shaping economic outcomes. The African Development Bank estimates that women represent approximately 40% of the continent's self-employed population. In Zambia, women-owned enterprises comprise close to 35% of formal businesses, a reflection of their entrepreneurial determination and growing contribution to national development. However, notwithstanding these advances, women entrepreneurs face significant structural obstacles, including limited access to affordable capital, fragmented market linkages, and a lack of enabling infrastructure. Addressing these challenges require deliberate, sustained intervention. The imperative is clear. Women-led enterprises flourish. When women-led enterprises flourish, the benefits cascade throughout society. jobs are created, households experience greater economic security, communities gain access to better opportunities. Indeed, investing in women is one of the most effective strategies for combating poverty and promoting inclusive growth. Studies consistently show that women enterprises reinvest a greater share of their earnings into their families and communities, in education, health, and social welfare, thereby contributing to broader development objectives. Platforms such as the Absa Inspire Me conference play a pivotal role in this context. They provide space for the exchange of ideas, promote collaboration, and serve as incubators for innovation and strategic partnerships. Most importantly, they affirm the principle that women's economic empowerment is fundamental to national progress. As host, Zambia is honored to welcome delegates to the Continental Gathering. It speaks to our country's commitment to fostering inclusive enterprise and our role in advancing regional economic integration. Over the coming days, we trust this platform will spark critical dialogue, build lasting networks, and promote practical solutions. To every woman entrepreneur in attendance, whether physically present or joining virtually, this is your platform, your opportunity, and your moment. We are privileged to stand beside you as partners on this journey and remain committed to helping you write the next chapter of your story. Welcome to the Absa Inspire Me conference. Let's build the future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mwape. In the same vein, I just ask that you remain by the podium as you will help us make welcome our keynote speaker of the day, Honorable Princess Kasune, who is the Minister of Justice. And if you have heard her story, you will know that she's the right person to be the keynote speaker of the day. And today we have the rare privilege of hearing her share her own story. Ladies and gentlemen, she is one of the most celebrated lawmakers in our nation, and it is no surprise. Once you hear her passion, once you hear about how dynamic she is, I'm sure you will be agreeing with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Mwape, please.
It is my pleasure to invite the young Justice Minister, Honorable Kasune.
Please stand as she makes her way to the stage. Please put your hands together for Honorable Princess Kasune.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can be seated. You saw Dr. Mwape running away quickly. He was saying, where will I come from? Because when I learned that he was single, my eyes have been on him. And then when he was introducing me, he said, Honorable Princess Kasune. He paused. I thought he was going to add Mwape at the end. But I'm working on it because I can't do date apps, what, you know. Yeah, too much social media out there, so we have to go the old-fashioned way. Miss Mzinga, please. I mean, the man is blushing. And ladies, I hope this just tells you that you have to be bold to tell your story. And if you want it, go for it. That's all I'm saying. You just never know who you inspire. So please, let's be bold. So women, I'm so excited, and to, of course, our few men who are in the audience, because I'm a public speaker for the longest time. My bread and butter has been in public speaking, in the US in particular, but really around the world, and a little bit of it in Zambia, until I found myself in the center stage of politics. I would usually forget. Now I'm getting used. In Zambia, I would say Najairako, because it's my second term. Previously, I'd be like, the politicians there. I'm like, who are they talking about? Until I realize I've joined the group of politicians. But I hope that we can bring a fresh air to politics, and we can do greater things for humanity, especially the underprivileged. And so for me, issues of women are very personal to me. As you were being taught that I've got a story, which you also have. I was just telling Madam Zinga that actually for years, I used to do a social media live show, if you may call it, on Facebook called Inspired to Inspire. You know, because I think what we don't want is a situation where you get inspired and you just keep it to yourself. Like, what good does that do? You know, I always have this metaphor of us being like a river. You know, a river flows. A real river flows, it gives life, and what's found in it, usually you can eat from it, and things like that. But when you're a swamp, the little I know about swamps, they're static, and there's no life in there. And usually around the swamp, there is smell. And it's not a good scent. So I hope that while you are inspired here, as we are under this theme, Inspire Me, through Absa, we'll go out there and inspire somebody. It's amazing to me the power of telling stories. And Africans, we are good storytellers, so I don't think that is a challenge. And later on, this conference is for women. Thank you to the men. Women, I don't think there's a challenge in us talking. So why? Why not inspire somebody? Why not be an encourager to somebody? But one of the things I also want to talk about, a woman is so powerful that I remember one time I'm speaking in front, and you know I was wearing tights. You know how you just feel like, today I'm going to wear the tights. But you know they're reaching up to here. Okay, but then you pull them up. You know, sometimes I tell my children, say, hold tight, then we pull them. And then I put them on. And while at stage, and you know everyone is giving you this clap, as I was walking, the tights kept coming down. As I was walking, the tights kept coming down. But you know what? The more I actually stood up and then, really talking with my head up. This is what women can do. But the tights were literally almost knee-high. But you should have seen how I delivered that message with boldness. Because the people are looking to your story, not necessarily to what's happening. But these are the pressures that women can go through and still deliver and still succeed. One of my friends, she runs a co-op. She's one of the audiologist doctors in the US, but she also gives back to society. So she has been coming to Zambia in my constituency in Kembe. And then there one time she called me, said, Princess, let's go and fundraise in Scotland. So we went. And you know, she's one of those friends who just say, I'm buying you a ticket, let's go. What are we doing? She says, I don't know, God will show up. Okay, let's go. And I was not feeling it. And one of the fundraising event, so she's busy speaking and the zipper is down, you know. And she was just surprised that the men were kept saying, You know, and no one could tell her. You know those things where the zipper is open? But please, if you're a real friend, just tell me that the zip is open than to leave it open. So she kept talking, and it was a fundraising event. By the time she made a call to raise money, you should have seen the checks that were being written. So these are the issues that sometimes happen, but we have to tell the story. We have to keep up with the story. But there are also challenges, as we know, that sometimes women have to wake up from a home that is very abusive. And they have to pretend that everything is fine. And sometimes, as we have all known the story of what happened to your face, and oh yes, I pumped myself into some wall, like really? But she's trying to find her space while she cannot let go her own household. And so that one day, her house to be better. And that is what you are doing as Absa here in Zambia, in Kenya, and in Ghana. And we are grateful for the Royal Highnesses that are here with us today. I'm Princess, although my father has some lineage, but I don't have a title. So every time I'm in the US, like, are you a princess? I said, yes, I am. Because we are all princesses, isn't it? So it's good to have our royals in the house. But really, before I dive in the speech, which they wrote for me, there are no surprises there. I love to speak off cuff, and you know what? I was told I was HIV positive when I was only 21 years old. And really, it was a long time. Now that I look back at it, it was 1997. And the doctor looked in my face and said, you are likely to live for 6 months. And those days, if you remember clearly, it was days when treatment was very difficult to find. But there was just something within me. And I think this is something that I want us to evoke in our spirits so that not only do we get inspired here, but we go and inspire someone else. I didn't know much about the disease, but I said, forgive me if I offend, but for me, it has been really what has kept me. I said, I shall not die before I'm dead, because I'll live to testify of God's goodness. I was only 21 years old. Okay? I'll be turning 50 next year. So you can imagine what I really felt that I'll have to tell the story. And it started right that day in that room. When I went out, literally, as I was seated, I would feel like God was saying, say praise God. But I'm like, if I say praise God with this message, they may say take her to psychiatric checkup as well. But clearly, it wasn't an audible voice, but I kept feeling that I should say praise God. And now I can look back and say God had a plan, even in the midst of something that could have brought someone down. But you know why I have lived this far? Apart from God, of course, it's because I've allowed myself to tell the story. Such that even those who would have wanted to gossip, to say, Tinavera, I've already taken them. Yes, that is what happens. When you tell your story, you own it. And you get certain strength and there's a certain authenticity, but you also preempt those who may tell it in a negative way. And as women, we need to move in that space where we own our story, and no matter how negative or positive it is, we use it because someone is depending on your story to hold on for the next day of whatever business plan they have. So here I was told I'll live for 6 months. So I was like, okay, so before I die, what am I going to do? I'm going to start a non-for-profit organization so that orphans who are like me, lo and behold, come to realize my parents died of AIDS. So I'm like, I don't want that to happen to another child. And so here I was with about $10 those days. And I thought maybe 10 children will come, 20 children will come. Guess what? 120 children came. And I said, God, how am I going to do it? He says, for what you have started, I'll make sure I'll send people to support you. Amen. Fast forward, it has been so many years. We have built schools, we have built clinics, and little did I know that that will even, what is the word I'm looking for? Like push me for the community to say, but why don't you stand as a member of parliament? I was never those people who wanted to run for politics. I was studying theology. I was an advocate working for World Vision in the US, so I was not near politics at all. And the little many of us know about politics is that politics is dirty. Politics in itself is not dirty. It's the people who makes it dirty who play the politics that are dirty. So please be inspired to join the political arena as well. Women, come 2026. But don't go to the constituencies where there are other women. Don't go there. Later on, don't try Kembe constituency for now. I'm a force when it comes to that area, but we need to venture in these areas. But I share my story just to add to your story, that the more we tell our stories, we'll be so amazed, even the other venues that may open up. Before I knew it, I got a call. I was at Kablonga, staying in a bed-sitter, and I had 9 dependents. I've always kept people. I've always had groups of children go in and out, and I'm feeling like, you know what? If I get serious with Dr. Mwape, I don't think I can do that. So this is my last group. Educated men don't want the whole village from Kembe. When I won in 2016, and the people were like, meaning you honorable, you have won. Because my predecessor was the late Honorable Shikapwasha, you know, the pilot himself, the giant. And you know, I'm just young and I'm a woman, I'm walking around, first woman ever to be the member of parliament there. And they kept saying, we'll come to your house. 2 months or 3 months. So now I joke around. So did you see how the man died? So poor because of all of you. So I've taught them not to come to the house, but to the office. And they're used to me now. Previously, they would say, but we voted for you. We'll see you. You see me now. So really, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to be here with you. And indeed, just to acknowledge all those that are present, I want to acknowledge Dr. Dave Hammond, the COMENSA Assistant Secretary General, Administration and Finance. So it's good to have you. And of course, we cannot forget our board chair for Absa, Dr. Mwape. Thank you so much, as always, Austin. We are grateful for your remarks that have inspired us as women. Ms. Mizinga Melu, yourself, Madam, you are indeed that example of what can happen when women inspire each other and give each other platform to shine. So thank you for inspiring us all, the Managing Director for Absa Bank Zambia. And of course, all of you that are here this morning, the captains of the industries, and indeed all the different business persons that have come, I've heard from Ghana, from Kenya, and indeed those that are actually following virtually. Thank you very much. We count you as being with us. To the members of the press, without you, we'll be limited only to this sphere. But because of you, we know that the message and all that is being shared here will be shared to others who could not make it. May I just say, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be here with you at this 2025 Inspire Me conference, hosted by Absa Bank Zambia in collaboration with Absa Ghana, and Absa Kenya. I commend this board initiative that brings together powerful voices from across our continent to spotlight the vital role of women in shaping Africa's economy and social fabric. May I say a warm welcome, as we have already been welcomed, but I add on behalf of the government of the Republic of Zambia, and indeed on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, President Hakainde Hichilema. To you, our international guests, and to all of you who have turned in virtually from around Zambia and beyond, your engagement amplifies our collective voice and vision as Zambia's Minister of Justice and the first woman ever to be Minister of Justice. I approach this moment with reflection and a sense of purpose, because as we have been challenged that the more we amplify our voices together, indeed we unite together for a purpose. As justice is not only found in the halls of the courts, but it must also be evident in how we create inclusive economies, remove systematic barriers, as we have already heard from the board chair, and promote the full participation of women in business, leadership, and innovation. This we must do, and we must hold each other's hand. Indeed, the theme really embodies what we are all about as women in this room and those that are following virtually. Elevating her story united for a purpose. And you know, I just want to sit a little bit here because sometimes, especially using in the political arena, there are times that women, we have bought into the narrative that women fight themselves. I want to believe there's some truth to that, but I also want to believe that we have to actually demystify that saying that women fight themselves. And so it is us to be deliberate that when you see that you are being put against another woman, like, don't participate in it. Deliberately. I usually do those deliberate moves, or if I see another woman trying to bring a cat fight, you just disengage. That way, we'll be able to actually elevate each other's story. Because it takes two to tango. You're not going to fight with me if I'm not fighting with you. And also, we need to demystify and really to deconstruct that women fight each other. There are younger women here. If your boyfriend has another woman, don't fight the woman. Go and fight the boyfriend. That goes for the married women as well. Because sometimes the woman doesn't even know. They'll tell you they're not married. And here is another woman, unfortunate, and you start fighting each other. So can we change the narrative, women? Ni kuenda kubamene wa muna. Kubakonka. Then they'll sit up. Because rarely do men fight against each other over a woman. They just, mwana kasi na iwe uliko ku. I don't know why I'm sharing this story, but I saw a woman who married 2 men in India, I think. I said, now, men have been at it for a long time in Zambia. If there's such a law, I mean, maybe my beliefs will not allow me, but from a legal point of view, why not? So that they can test their own medicine. But indeed, as women, we have to continue to inspire each other. We have to continue encouraging each other, especially in the business sector. I think the managing director, Ms. Mizinga Melu, and indeed the board chair spoke to this. So sometimes women are trying hard in the different levels of their lives, but it's the systems or it's the lack of equal playing field that they don't go as far. But yet your example this morning is a clear indication that women, we are thriving, we are pushing, and we will do even much more after this conference, especially harnessing the power of collaboration and networking. We will strive to build a society, therefore, where rights are not merely protected together on paper, not just as Minister of Justice, but collectively in our different spheres, that we are lived in our very households, that they are lived in our households, in our workplaces, and indeed the marketplaces, where young girls see women in boardrooms, where they can see women in rooms like these ones, so that seeing women in decision-making places, in decision-making tables, will not be an exception, but it will become a norm. What we see, we normalize. What we see, we normalize. And so the more we see women in different decision-making positions, the more our boys and girls begin to say, it's okay. And that is the society we want. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference will provide us with a rare opportunity to listen, to learn, and to act, and indeed to continue networking far beyond this very conference. The conversations over the 2 days should not end in being inspired alone. Like Area said, we get inspired so that we can go out there, do greater things, but also inspire others. Let's carry others along and also have strategic partnerships, policy alignment, as well as sustainable advocacy. There's just something beautiful when you give to society. I believe above everything else, my giving back to society is what has kept me. Because it gives you a sense of purpose. And it also diminishes your own problems? Have you ever sort of a day when you felt so sick when you're in the house and you were thinking of that disease because it was so painful? But the moment you say, let me walk out of the door, let me go and speak to somebody, maybe even pray for somebody, or just share a word, or drink a cup of tea, suddenly you feel like you're healed. And why does disease look like comes back in the night? Because you're by yourself. So I think the more we go out there, the more we take someone else along, and you realize that the more we feel that sense of purpose. And indeed, as business people, it shouldn't just be about the bottom line. It should also about significance. I've shared about this book, Halftime, where someone reached the top ladder of their career and said, then what is there? What is there? Because there was always another mountain to climb. But if we can start giving back to society, we will realize that we are doing even much more. We must create a framework where women-owned businesses thrive without discrimination, without biases or limited access to finances and networking. Therefore, to every woman entrepreneur present today, your courage fuels the national progress, and your resilience builds the kind of justice we must see, not only at a national level, but from our household level. One that is lived, inclusive, and transformative. And your voice matters, your story matters, and together, her story becomes our story, and together we make history. As we embark on this journey together, I urge you to immerse yourselves fully in these next 2 days, especially also those that are virtual. Sometimes it can be difficult, but it's also good because you can be doing other things. Let us all be here and mark this purpose-driven dialogue, a cross-cutting, collaborative opportunity, come up with tangible outcomes that will echo not only in the countries that I hear, but indeed in other countries, so that next time we will hear that it's beyond Ghana and Zambia, it is beyond Kenya and Zambia, but other countries have joined in. Wouldn't that be great? As I come to a conclusion, to our host, Absa Zambia Bank, I offer deep appreciation. You have not only created a platform, you have inspired a movement. And this is what we long for as a government. We realize that government alone cannot do it, but because of all of you in this room, and in particular the entrepreneur, you are our leaders, and your courage, your businesses create jobs that we may not achieve as government alone. We appreciate your excellence in all that you do here at home in Zambia, but also beyond. Let us leave here not only having been inspired, but saying, I can do it, and elevate another person's story, another woman's story, and in so doing, we shape an Africa, we shape a world where women support each other, and indeed we can, together we must. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Honorable, if you will please just indulge me for 2 minutes. Please. First of all, we've got an online audience and we've been engaging with them. Tendai from Zoom, I believe. Is it Zoom? She said, is it she or he? Or she said that Dr. Mwape, they can't wait to hear about the wedding bells this December. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Honorable. You know, one profound thing that she said we will be able to listen, we should learn, and we should do what? We should act. And one of the ways in which we act is by telling our own stories, so that we don't allow for others to tell it for us. You know, there's an analogy that says that if you've got a garden or a field, and if you don't plant on it, you cannot complain when the weeds decide to grow. Because whether you plant or not, something has to grow from that soil. With that, I invite Mrs. Mzinga Melu as well as Dr. Mwape to just present a token of appreciation to the Honorable Minister. And there it begins, ladies and gentlemen.
It's official.
with all the many eyewitnesses. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Honorable Minister. Yes, absolutely. Dr. Mope said he should have been in the middle. Thank you so much. May we please call upon the CMCs to come through? Honorable, just. Just some assistance to remove the podium, maybe. Are we good? CMCs, I think we can do better than that. Your story matters. Let's go. Oh.
Okay, another one. Let's play a bit louder. In 1, 2, 3, Absa. Your story matters.
Are we good on the optics? At this point, I'll ask that we may head to the right of the stage as we make our way to the exhibition stand. The CMCs can go along with the dignitaries, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the dignitaries and indeed for the Honorable Minister. Ladies, let's put our hands together once again for the Honorable Minister as she has to take leave. But we certainly appreciate the time she spent with us, not only telling her story, but indulging us in lots of laughter and really trying to engage with us. So right now we'll play a bit of an exercise as we engage before we break off for about 10 minutes. So first of all, I have Daliso here who I'd like to introduce to you. He's what I call our international correspondent because he is the one who's really hearing all the comments and getting all the questions from our online audience. Daliso, do you have any special comments? A round of applause for Daliso, please. Our international online correspondent. Ladies, mostly ladies and a few gents, so I'd like you to please stand up Please stand up. You've been seated for quite a while, apart from when we're welcoming the honorables. Please stand. And I'd like you, for a minute, to head over to someone that you've never met before. Introduce yourself. Be very brief with the introduction. What I want you to belabor on is, what is it that your family and friends compliment you most on? Have you heard the question? So I want you to tell them, what is that aspect that your friends and family compliment you most on? We've got it? And why is it? Because I was busy talking about networking. Networking is not always about formalities. And if you leave out even the simple hellos and the laughter, then you're taking out pages out of your story. So, please walk over, introduce yourself to someone that you do not know, and tell them what is it, that one thing that your friends and family compliment you on. And feel free to be braggadocious, it doesn't matter. And to our online audience, please do the same. Put it in the comments or in the chat box. What is that one thing that your friends and family compliment you most on? So many compliments. And swap. On to the next person, please. This is speed networking. Please move on to the next person. Please move on and find someone new before I start pointing you out. Move on to the next person. I don't see us moving. Move on to the next person. Can people introduce themselves to the Queen Mothers, please? Don't be shy, don't be shy. And move on to the next person. You should be on your third person now, on your third introduction. Daliso, do we have any comments on the online platforms? Okay, ladies, may I please have your attention? May I please have your attention? Can we please stop? In 5, 4, 3, this doesn't look like it's dying down. 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies. I guess this is a networking event after all. Ladies, may we please have your attention? Thank you, ladies. So we'll now be breaking off for the next 10 minutes. I encourage you to go into the foyer, get something to sip on. If you're feeling a bit cold, make sure you get something nice and hot. Make sure you also visit the exhibition stand. If you're a bit finicky about your looks, make sure you visit the conveniences to powder your faces. So we're officially breaking off for the next 10 minutes. Use it wisely, please. Ladies, feel free to make your way to the foyer for a few refreshments. Also make sure that you visit the exhibition stand. As I said, we've got our partner DHL there who are available to ship any item that you require. Ladies, just be aware that you now have 9 minutes for your break. This is only an intermission, so it can't take too long. 9 minutes. Please use it wisely. Final boarding call. Final boarding call. Ladies and gentlemen in the lobby, may we please make our way inside the auditorium? Ladies and gents in the lobby, may we please make our way to the auditorium? We wish to commence with the program within the next minute. Calling all ladies, calling all gents, please do come through. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to resume with the sessions. Please make your way inside the auditorium. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our online audience. I know most people didn't leave online, so they've been asking, when will this break end? They were saying for a coffee break, it's actually lagging quite a lot. But I said, we're networking. That's what it's all about. So, Daliso, please let us know, do we have any comments, possibly on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Zoom? Please keep us in the loop.
Okay, so from Facebook, we have someone saying, beautiful, honorable Kasune, I'm inspired. Women should not fight each other, but support each other. Do not compete, but support each other. Thank you so much. I'm truly inspired. That seems to be the recurring word going around on Facebook, inspired. On Zoom, I think my phone is even hot right now because too many people are sharing their contacts, really networking from all spheres of business. We've got financial services, health services, agribusiness, graphic designers, all ready to take that next step and elevate their businesses. Truly inspired by the first panel and the minister's speech as well. So over to you, Tehila.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Daliso. Daliso, actually, before you leave, I need your help. We had a speed networking exercise earlier on, right? And I saw most of you don't like listening to instructions. When I said move, people just moved a bit, but did not move to the next person. But nonetheless, any interesting responses, either interesting, funny, witty, or even inspiring responses that you may have heard? Let's just break the ice a bit. I know we've been up here in front, you've been listening, but would like to also hear your voice. Any volunteers? Any volunteers? By show of hands? Nobody. Out of all the ladies converged in this room, do we need to follow you? Before I prompt Daliso to follow someone, you know, there's one thing Mrs. Muzinga Melu told us coincidentally, not in this session, but she said that when you're in a room filled with women who inspire you, sometimes you need to make a mark. And the first and quickest and easiest way to make a mark is to just be the first to comment. Sometimes you don't even need to ask a question. Sometimes you just say, that was very insightful. I really enjoyed the session. But believe you and I, people will remember the first person who was courageous to put their hands up, to stand up. But if we're not going to put our hands up or stand up, there we go. We've got 2 hands over there. Please just help us. Please introduce yourself as well, and then you can take it away.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Sylvia Bimwansa, or you can just call me Sunshine.
Good morning, Sunshine.
Thank you very much. It's just been so awesome this morning. And what really stood out for me is go out and take it if you want it. For you to be able to do that, you have to live in a positive mindset. And as a champion for mindset change and an agent, I am just encouraging you to go out there and take it in a growth mindset.
Absolutely, go out there and take it. Be aggressive. They say the violent take it by force, not physical violence, FYI. Yes, please.
Morning, everyone. My name is Moa Fumbeshi. I'm currently a student. I'm studying abroad in the UK. I'm studying law. I just finished my first year. I'm going into my second year. And being a young woman here today has really helped me and inspired me. During the networking session, I met so many women who are running their own businesses. And even for me, as I carry on to pursue a career, as I finish my degree, it's really inspiring to know that it's not just a men's field, but even women can take up that space. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Moa. And what's so significant about you being here is I know there are quite a number of women who wish they had attended such conferences, such spaces much earlier on in their life. So you have that privilege of first mover advantage because you've been there at a very early age. A round of applause to Sunshine and a round of applause to Moa. We've got one more. Hi, Sampa. Please stand and formally introduce yourself.
Okay. So I am Sampa Salome Mwansa Chilamboy, and I'm very, very happy to be here. You know, networking is very important. So when she said you have to be here, I said, again, another event. But I'm very happy to be here. It's very insightful. And I just wanted to say, you know, a lot of us women, especially the ones that are seated here today, we are running businesses. And if I ask for a show of hands of how many people are running compliant businesses, I don't think everybody's hand is going to come up. So what I do is I support businesses. I cleaned up SBM. They are fully compliant. There's ZRA, NAPSA, NEMA, all that. This is what I do, and this is what I love to do, and this is what I'm passionate about. So if you need assistance in being compliant so that you can get your loan, you can get your tender. I don't know if many of you even know that the nominal has changed from 15 to 20. I'm sure most of you are still sitting on 15. So please communicate with me, and I'll be able to assist. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I know we had a few hands, but we'll take it after the next session due to time. A round of applause for the ladies who were courageous enough to speak, and even those who lifted up their hands, but we did not have time. So now we'd like to officially hear a message of solidarity and purpose from Absa Ghana, and that is from the Managing Director, Mr. Edward Bochwe, who is a seasoned executive, financial executive with decades of experience in the sector. His leadership, and under his leadership, Absa Ghana has strengthened its position as a top-tier bank while prioritizing inclusive finance and SME growth. It's a virtual address, so I'll ask that you turn your attention to the screen.
To all partners gathered for our 2025 Inspire Me conference. Inspire Me began as a bold initiative in Ghana and has now become one of the most powerful tools on this continent. It is a platform that continues to connect, uplift, and equip women entrepreneurs with the tools to shape our shared future. Over the past 3 years, Inspire Me has grown both in scale and purpose. And that purpose continues to be clear: to elevate women, not just as people who benefit from this, but as architects. This year's team, Elevating Her Story, United for Purpose, could not be more fitting. It reminds us that real transformation does not just happen in isolation. It is built through collaboration, belief, and sustained investments in the women whose stories go ahead ever so often. At Absa Ghana, we are proud to walk this journey with our customers. We are committed to supporting women-led businesses through programs like our SME at 10 in partnership with Mastercard Foundation and through our She Business Banking offering. These initiatives provide women with affordable finance, capacity building, and access to the right networks. We continue to invest in such programs because we believe when women succeed, entire economies are redefined. The truth is, Africa's future will not just be written for women, it will be written by them. Inspire Me stands both as a witness and proof of what is possible when we choose to act on that truth. I wish you all a fruitful conference.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to Absa Ghana. And still on Ghana, how many dignitaries do we have from Ghana? Show of hands. 21. A resounding 21. Please put your hands together. And while we're at it, how many do we have from Kenya? Is Kenya being represented? Where are we? Where are the show of hands? I love it. Thank you for even standing up for your country, literally. So on Ghana, I'd like to call upon a special woman who is the founder of Lamarado Enterprise, a growing agribusiness and commodity trading company based in Ghana and founded in 2020. Established to build the gap between rural smallholder farmers and international markets, they specialize in sourcing, processing, and the export of high-value agricultural commodities, including cashew nuts, shea nuts, soya beans, and cassava chips. And in addition to agricultural commodities, the enterprise also trades in refined petroleum products. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Miss Esther from Ghana. Miss Esther, I think we can do better than that. We've been seeing other testimonials via the screen, so this is the very first one. So make sure you're encouraging, make sure you take in all that she has to give, because we're here to inspire each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Respectfully, all protocols duly observed. I feel truly inspired by all the amazing women and men that have already spoken, and I know I'm not the only one. A very good morning to you all. It is indeed a profound honor to stand before you today at this year's Inspire Me conference, where we gather under the powerful theme of elevating her story, united for purpose. As I look across this room, filled with ambitious women and men, I am reminded that each of us carry a story of dreams, determination, and transformation. Today, I stand before you not just to share my journey, but to elevate our collective narrative and demonstrate how our individual stories, when united, create a powerful force for purpose-driven change. My name is Esther Baidu, and my story is one of evolution, resilience, and the transformative power of strategic partnerships. I am the founder of Lamorado Enterprise, a commodity trading company that has grown significantly since its establishment in the year 2020. What began as a vision to bridge the gap between smallholder farmers, aggregators, industries, and international markets has evolved into a diversified enterprise, a story that exemplifies how one woman's purpose can ripple outward to impact entire communities. When I first embarked on this entrepreneurial journey in 2020, my story was like that of many women in this room, filled with ambition, but constrained by limited resources. Lamorado Enterprise specializes in trading agricultural commodities, serving both local consumers and export markets, primarily in Asia. But every elevator story has its valleys. During our first year of operation, between 2020 and 2021, we faced immense financial constraints. Despite clear market opportunities, scaling up seemed nearly impossible due to limited access to working capital. This part of my story, the struggle and the uncertainty, is a chapter that unites us all in purpose, because it is a shared experience of many women entrepreneurs across Africa. I remember vividly, in early 2022, when Lamorado Enterprise was swindled of all our own working capital through the supply of 200 metric tons of shea nuts to a fraudulent customer. At that time, I thought the end had come for the business, and the anguish could not be described with words. But our stories become elevated when we find partners who believe in our purpose, and Absa is definitely that partner. As we try to put the pieces together again, in 2022, our breakthrough came when we began banking with Absa and was introduced to the Absa MasterCard Young Africa Works program. Absa truly understood our peculiar needs as a business and came through with the urgency our situation required, disbursing much-needed funds in just 2 weeks of processing, a level of efficiency that fundamentally transformed our business growth. This partnership elevated our story from a startup trading 50 metric tons every other week to handling up to 200 metric tons per week. But more importantly, it demonstrated that when financial institutions unite with women entrepreneurs around a shared purpose of economic empowerment, extraordinary transformations become possible. Now we look forward with enthusiasm to entering the European and American markets in the coming years. Absa has continued to build the capabilities of Lamorado Enterprise and our team through numerous trainings, networking sessions, and conferences. And let me add, Lamorado Enterprise, I believe, is the second customer that has benefited from the 2 million cedis collateral-free loan on the She Business offering made by Absa Ghana. Each conference continues to provide a platform to create spaces where women entrepreneurs can share, learn, and grow together. An elevator story is one that evolves and adapts. We began exploring opportunities beyond traditional agricultural commodities. The insights shared by inspiring women entrepreneurs and the networking opportunities provided the foundation for our strategic diversification. We learned that our story, rooted in agricultural commodities, could evolve to encompass new markets and opportunities. So building on the foundation of trust and partnership with Absa, Lamorado Enterprise has expanded our portfolio to include petroleum products brokerage services. We now provide comprehensive petroleum product trading and brokerage services, connecting businesses across the value chain. This diversification represents more than business growth. It embodies the spirit of learning, as one of our speakers said, learning, unlearning, and relearning. It demonstrates that our stories can evolve, our businesses can adapt, and our impact can expand beyond our original vision when we remain united in purpose. Today, the elevation of Lamorado's story has enabled the elevation of countless others. We work with over 100 women groups, smallholder and commercial farmers, and aggregators. We project to reach over 1,000 women groups, farmers, and aggregators by the end of 2025. Our expanded operations now create employment opportunities across multiple sectors while maintaining our commitment to poverty alleviation and community empowerment. This is what it means to be united for purpose. When one woman's elevator story becomes a catalyst for elevating the stories of hundreds of others in her community. As I always say, to all the bold and determined women here who have taken the courageous step into entrepreneurship, I want you to know that your story deserves to be elevated. With a reliable financial partner like Absa and groundbreaking initiatives like the Inspire Me conference series, I am confident that we'll continue to witness a new era of women-led businesses thriving, expanding, and shaping the economic landscape across Africa and beyond. We are here not just to celebrate individual success, but to elevate each other's stories and remain united in our purpose of creating a more inclusive and prosperous future for all. I extend my deepest gratitude to Absa for their visionary programs and unwavering commitment to empowering women entrepreneurs. May this conference continue to be a platform for elevating our stories. May we remain united for purpose. And may our collective impact create lasting change as we write the next chapters of our stories together. Thank you for your attention. May our enterprises flourish, and may our elevator stories continue to inspire generations of women entrepreneurs to come, united in purpose and bound by our shared commitment to transformation. God bless us all.
How impactful and how thought-provoking. Thank you so much, Esther. You know, something she said that even elevated stories have valleys. And you heard her valley. And lots of us would have just thrown in the towel and said, you know what, this is it for me. I'm not going back. I think it's a sign from heaven because there's no way. But we continue to speak on resilience And even if you fall, you get up and you try again, and you keep trying until you attain that vision or that goal. And even once you attain it, that's when you actually know that there's actually sometimes even more to life, and that's when you even start giving back. Another round of applause for her, please. So we'll be going into our next panel discussion, but I'd like to quickly just recap on the first panel discussion that I ever so rudely interrupted earlier on. But there were so many key takeaways, and one that I really have walked away with is when Miss Elizabeth was talking about how it is an ecosystem, and you need men in the room. We need to collaborate and work together. So even in this room where we're providing networking opportunities for the women, it doesn't mean that we want to shun men away from our businesses. It doesn't mean that we cannot collaborate with them, because we cannot do it without our male folk. And who will open the doors for us? The doors that we have not been able to enter. Ladies, I would also like to bring out some key points that Ms. Elizabeth also brought out. She said that women are calling for, number one, access to sustainable finance. Two, the opportunity to network, which has presented itself here today. Three, access to networks. We've got international networks here today. And four, how do we provide our women in industries with mentoring support after the trainings and after all the networking? So that's food for thought. At this point, we'll go into the next panel discussion, and the conversation explores digital platforms. When Ms. Mzinga Melu was standing here, she spoke about, you have really no excuse to not advertise your business, because social media is virtually free. If you got the time to connect with that loved one or that former schoolmate, you might as well just post your product online. And sometimes it even goes viral, especially people who've caught on to platforms such as TikTok, Facebook, and people have been able to venture out and grow from there. So it will explore how digital platforms, AI, e-commerce, and fintech tools can scale visibility, boost sales, and streamline operations, especially for women-led enterprises. So allow me to call on the very first panelist, who is Absa Zambia Digital and Technology Director, Owen, who leads the business in scaling digital and innovation to become the leading bank for sustainable finance. His reputation is one of professionalism, with a 16-year record of handling strategic, operational, and special projects. Under his leadership, Absa Bank Zambia is transforming into a fully digital-first bank. Ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome Owen to the stage. Is it because we're experiencing itis? Do you know what itis is? Any idea what itis is? So you know after you eat that pap, and then that sleep that comes in, but it's too early. That sleep that comes in at 3 p.m., it's too early for that sleep. So put your hands together for Owen, please. There we go. I did know it was too early. Next up, we have the Absa Bank Kenya Chief Information Officer, Moses, who is a visionary technology executive and currently the Chief Information Officer. He's successfully led large-scale digital transformation initiatives, implemented secure cloud native infrastructure, and pioneered innovation across financial and telecommunication enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Moses, please. Next up, we have Lindiwe, who is a dynamic ICT and business executive, currently serving as the Airtel Business Director in Zambia with almost 2 decades of experience in the telecommunications industry. She blends technical knowledge with strategic acumen to deliver innovative, scalable business solutions. She believes that digital innovation is the key to unlocking sustainable growth in today's economy. She's living proof of that ethos. Ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome Lindiwe Banda. Ooh, and our moderator, the very powerful and very dynamic CEO of Tech Trends. If you don't know Tech Trends, you need to hop onto the trend, please. It's the leading innovative news platform in Zambia, and it's doing so well. And I know that it's launching into the deep. Sandy is a trailblazer in Zambia's digital and technology space. Widely recognized for her passionate leadership, innovation, and dedication to advancing the tech ecosystems. She is leading a tech media and marketing company that provides consistent, the word being consistent, and insightful coverage of ICT developments. Ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome Sandy as she anchors this panel, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Over here. Can we have one mic? Okay. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. And welcome to the 2025 Absa Inspire Me conference. Round of applause for everybody who made it in person. Round of applause for everybody who's joined us virtually. So basically, I want to know from the women SME and business owners in the room, how many of you are using technology? Any format, whatever technology means to you in your business, day to day or monthly or 2 weeks. Even your laptop is technology. If you responded to a client at midnight last night on WhatsApp, that's technology. Did you make a call this morning? Technology, right? So today we're basically focusing on digital transformation in business, and my panelists are coming from the banking sector and also from the telco sector, but we want to understand how best as SMEs we can leverage this technology in our everyday operations. So I'm going to start at the top of digital transformation in Absa. And Owen, just share with us, like from the banking standpoint, how is Absa using digital innovation to support, women-led SMEs in Zambia?
Thank you, Sandy. Good morning, everybody. The energy is not there.
It's afternoon now.
It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Sandy. Indeed, from an Absa perspective, I think we have to be very clear to explain that digital innovation, digital transformation is a very strategic key pillar. And we demonstrate that in real value by actions that we do in a very unique way as a bank. I think the panelists earlier, through our business banking director, mentioned this, that from an Absa perspective, we have even gone further to design a specific segment that is going to focus purely on women. And within there's 3 specific key deliverables that we have. In not any particular order, the first one is building capacity, which is where we spend time helping women and youth to be empowered to understand how to access finance, as an example. The second thing is how we are helping women access the actual finance as a key business enabler. The third one would be how we are creating market linkages around, which is what, in part, we are doing today. At the center of all these activities is what technology can enable. We strongly believe as a bank that technology is a key equalizer in how businesses can run and create equal opportunities for women who for quite a long time have not had the same opportunities as men. Just for context, over 90% of the businesses we have in the country today are SME. 88% or more of that number represents 88%, of employment. SME presents to us an opportunity to employ over 88% of the people in the market. So it's without a doubt that this segment is very important. But what's even more nice within that number is that over 40% of that is women-led businesses. Now, it's very clear that women are doing something that is very nice and that is very different from every day. So how then do we enable as a bank through the use of technology? The different products and services that my colleague mentioned earlier, whether it's a salary advance, whether it's an overdraft, whether it's just even an account opening process, that is where you now see the value of what technology can do. Where an account was taking us 4 or 5 days, sometimes maybe even 2 weeks if the documentation is there, technology helps us reduce that process to a matter of minutes. We have, in the recent past, have a record of opening an account end to end within 22 minutes. That's one way that you can enable a segment like this one through the use of technology. The products that we spoke about, when we say access to finance, sometimes the processes are inhibitive. Technology will help us do that. And how do we do it? We simplify processes. We make them readily available in the customer's hands by simply providing opportunities that can allow them to open an account without the hassle of going and knowing that there's a lot of challenges that we face at a personal level. So Sandy, to just really re-emphasize how we are looking at technology as a bank, we fully appreciate and acknowledge that it's a very big enabler of what this segment can be, and we continue on that journey. As I conclude, I would share this that we've done working with women in business today, that at the moment we have created a product we are calling Business Management 2, an idea that purely came from the interaction we've had with a women-led environment. And what that is doing is, as an effort to creating access to finance, is that we know record keeping, we know transaction management is a problem. And we have created a product working with our customers, working with a fintech partner to provide a free tool so that women can work with us and have access to finance in the shortest period of time. So it's without a doubt in my mind that if it is production of goods, whether it's market linkages or payment platform, technology will continue to be at the center of that. So my appeal to all the women in here and the men is that let us embrace technology as a key business driver for the future.
Thank you so much for that, Owen. Thank you for sharing that, and well done to Absa for always being so inclusive of businesses, no matter the size of them. So before I go to Moses, who's from Kenya, brief story, I stayed in Nairobi for 3 months, so that's a kidogo time, right? And what I noticed, where are the Kenyan business owners? They were in that corner, right? What I noticed about people in Kenya business, regardless of the size of it, is that they are quick to act, right? And I wish that could come here to Zambia. And, you know, we've always thought that the West Africans, no offense to the Ghanaians, but it's actually a compliment. We've always appreciated how fast you are and quick you are with making moves, right? Being movers and shakers. So my question to Moses from Kenya, from Absa Bank in Kenya, is that, you know, the bank has made very notable strides there in innovation, but how are the Kenyan SMEs there embracing this digital innovation and, you know, using these digital platforms to expand from their local markets?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sandy, and great to be here. Thank you for having me, Owen, and the whole Absa Zambia team. And good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon to the few gentlemen that are in the room. Great question. So, indeed, yes, Kenya is quick to adopt new technologies, and especially in the space of mobile money that has really taken off within the Kenyan space. And the banks have come aboard to really provide some assurance, provide some guidelines, and support SMEs and women in business in executing their business. For us specifically, if I was to cite an example, we have an exciting solution that we put out in the market, dubbed Wezesha, specifically looking at our SMEs. What we do through this platform, and Wezesha, by the way, is the Swahili word for enable. So that's a new Swahili word for you, from kidogo kidogo to
Sawa.
Wezesha.
Sawa.
Anyway, so what it enables an SME to do is to connect them to an anchor client. So say, for example, Coca-Cola as a distributor. If you're a retailer of Coca-Cola products, for example, then you're able through digitally access credit. The credit does not come to you as a retailer, but is credited to the anchor client, and then you can access the goods for your own distribution, all enabled digitally. To date, we are seeing over 500 retail customers that have partaken of the product, linking them to 40 different anchor clients. From April to date, we have managed to disburse $15 million up to this point. So that's one example where us as a bank have come in to provide credit in a digital fashion, in a real-time fashion, because we know that credit is the lifeblood, is the liquidity that SMEs, people in business, require. And what we are doing is, we are doing pre-qualification and we are providing it in an instant manner. Aside from that, we don't come in, with the notion that we know it all. We listen, we engage with the SMEs, understand their pain points, and I think to Owen's point earlier, we attempt to co-create. My colleague Elizabeth mentioned earlier about the engagement that our business banking facilitated for SMEs in Spain. Last year, we facilitated another trip to Estonia, which is one of the countries that is leading from a digital adoption perspective right up to the government level. And the purpose for these engagements is to give people an ability to exchange ideas, look at what are the common challenges and what are the ways or different approaches that different people have addressed these challenges. And that's why even for me being here is such a great opportunity. And I hope and I trust that it is for all the ladies that are here as well to exchange ideas, engage in different approaches to different challenges and solution together. And us as a bank, I'm just keen to really pick up insight into where those challenges are and how we can support to address the same. Thank you, Sandy.
All right. So, it's great to have all this support from the banking sector, but a business is not a business till invoices are paid. And the way that these payments are made doesn't really matter as long as, there's a notification. So I'll move to Lindiwe, who's coming from Airtel Zambia, and you're basically the boss lady of everything Airtel business, right? So let's talk about how Airtel has been a game changer in enabling digital payments across Africa. Can you speak to how these, contactless and mobile money payments are making such a difference and have opened doors for women entrepreneurs, even in informal markets?
Okay. Thank you for that, Sandy, and good afternoon to everybody. Just to start off, Sandy, I think that it's important for me to mention that for a very long time there was a notion or narrative in the market that telcos and banks are competitors. But I think by virtue of me sitting here, Owen, we're here to clear that narrative. Am I right? We are actually co-participants in the ecosystem with equal interest in the ecosystem. So in terms of what is it that telcos are doing, specifically Airtel, I think it's important to mention that what we do primarily is we provide a platform. Now, what that platform does for businesses, for women-led businesses, is basically just ease of transaction. Today, like you said, if you've got an Instagram account, as an example, your clients typically don't even need to come to you, because then you've got your clients can actually access you from remote. You're able to do a transaction, run a transaction from wherever it is that you're sitting or working, and you're able to dispatch a particular product to your client without your client having to come to you. That's the platform that we're providing, first of all. And many ladies in the room could probably testify. They've had some sort of interaction, whether it's from receiving payments or making payments. And the options that are available today is from peer-to-peer, which is basically me sending you money for having sold me a bouquet of flowers, as an example, or for you to be able to then officially lodge yourself with a telco and say, look, I'm running a business, I need a merchant account, which makes you a lot more formal than just receiving money from your mobile line. So that has basically been made available, and it's really for just two specific reasons. One, for ease of transaction, and secondly, for convenience. And in the context of us being core participants with banks in the ecosystem, is for ease of reach, really. In areas where banks are unable to reach SME customers or women-led businesses, the MNO will be there.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lindiwe. And moving now from the digital transformation of the business side and how the bank and the telcos facilitate for this to happen for SME owners, I think a lot of businesses run without understanding things like data about their business, so how it is running. So Owen, if you could just talk about data, which now is being called the new oil. Data is the new oil. You need data to understand how your business is running, to understand your operations, to predict future sales. And just talk about how businesses can move from data collection to making data-driven decisions. Sorry.
Thank you once again, Sandy. Maybe by show of hands, could I just ask how many people today have phones? It's probably it's a whole room, right? And this is a very good example of why we should never look at data as a black box. And sometimes maybe some of us, me and the team here in front, we look very smart because we use these big words. But data is simply just the transactions that you do every day. The information that you collect on a daily basis based on what business you do is the data that you need to store in a structured manner so that with it, you can make very clinical decisions. The biggest thing about data is to start from a point of understanding what type of data you should collect, how you should store it, and how it will be accessed. You might be running a small business on the side that you might not even think requires you to invest in a data organization capability. But that's where we get it wrong. Because, for example, if you come to the bank and you want to access a loan, one of the things that we come back to you on is, can you give us evidence that you are a business that has been running and has got credibility? And sometimes, and yesterday we had a chat with the team, you find that you sell this product online, and every time you're contacted, you get a payment. You don't even keep a record of that. You're just happy that you've received a payment. And sometimes we also love to still use notepads. You just write names. But actually what that is oil that you can use to grow your business. I've said this on a number of times. When you look at even just Elon Musk today, everybody is very shocked that, oh no, this guy bought a very big platform. He bought Twitter at the time. But what he was buying there was not the logic of the chat system, because between me and Moses, we can actually build that if you give us a few days here. We can build a platform that we can all be using here to chat. But what we can't build for you is the amount of data that Elon Musk bought, because then he can determine how a number of things can happen. Every single button you press today on your phone is a data point. Therefore, every transaction that goes through your business is a very clinical and very critical data point that you can use. So as businesses, this is an opportunity for us to look at data differently, not just as a preserve of banks because they've got the resources. No, this has to start with whatever business you can start. The second bit to that is to appreciate the capability of the data. And by that, what I mean is, once you collect your data, what do you really want to do with it? And once you fully appreciate that, it then helps inform what you can do with the data and who with. You open your social media account, you've got all these likes that you do. What do you do to understand what intent they have? If you are even a much bigger organization, how are you understanding your competition if there's no data? So the start point to understanding the use and the impact of data is to build capability to collect it correctly and store it. And we have a lot of opportunities to learn from others, but most importantly, to invest in platforms that can help us then maximize the opportunity of data. I would bet on this, that any company today, any SME business that does not manage its data properly might not exist in the next 5 to 10 years. Because there'll be no history, right? And most of the SME history is sitting in the head. But the head has a limit in capacity, because today when you have argued with your friend, you'll have forgotten 3 things you learned 2 days ago. So to our distinguished ladies and a few gentlemen, the use of data becomes critical if you have to scale, get the right resources to support you. From a banking perspective, this is where we have learned to do it very well. How are we doing it? Working with our different hubs from an Absa Bank Zambia perspective, we are building capacity with our customers, helping them understand the value of data collection, helping them to understand the impact of better data use, and helping them appreciate how they can use the data to scale. And I would like to encourage businesses in here to have that approach to data. And whenever we use these big data terms, ask us to tone down and help you understand that data is your everyday transaction, that data is your everyday interactions with your customers. And let's pick it up from there and help you scale. That would be how we look at it, Sandy.
Okay, I do agree. Like, for anyone to scale, you need to cut your costs first so that you can increase your revenue gap as well. So I'll go to Lindiwe and ask, if you could add on this, like, how can businesses then use this data to cut revenue costs of the business, to increase revenue, to cut costs, and also to improve their customer experience?
Okay, just to pick off what Owen mentioned, once you have collected your data, you can then start to process it. A simple question that we get asked at my office every week is, why are customers calling the call center? Why are customers coming to the retail shop, as an example? If you don't have the empirical evidence to tell you why customers are calling the call center, if you haven't built the trend, you haven't built the data, you will not be able to answer that question, and you probably won't have a job in good time. But I think that beyond the corporate space, even in the businesses that we run and manage, we need to be able to answer questions using empirical data. It's the trends that come from how often do clients call you? What time of the day do they call you? What are they calling for? Is what then starts to speak into what adjustments you make into your business. Key drivers for a business, for instance, is always, how do I reduce the cost of making a sale? You cannot identify what it is that's going to take you to reduce the cost of making a sale if you don't have the information to back it up. If you haven't built the information to back it up. And again, like Owen said, it's not information that you can build off a notepad. It has to be information that has been built over time. You've been able to build in a trend. My former boss used to say, it's not a trend until it has happened more than 3 times. And you won't be able to build that kind of narrative or understanding or analysis of your business if you have not even created the platforms to build that information. So it's that information that then lands you to a place where you can manage your costs, improve your customer experience, whether it's from customer journeys or how customers access you or how customers reach you even for a recommendation. The journeys need to be built, and they are built off of data. It is that data that you build over time that allows you to make the necessary adjustments into your business. that reduce the costs and ultimately increase your profits.
Thank you. Moses, a lot of SMEs, a lot of business owners will hear the terms collect data, use it and store it and think that must cost a lot of money. So how can SMEs, how can they not worry about the cost of collecting this data and start this digital journey to data collection?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And my contribution to this question is data. I'm of the principle of crawl, walk, run. A baby is born, a baby crawls, learns how to walk, and then gets to run. I'd like to urge the audience, for those who have not reached maturity stage, don't be afraid, don't be frightened or put aside. Briefly, I'll even share some AI insight. AI is an acronym not to be afraid of, but to be embraced, and I'll attempt to demystify it. So I think the starting point is having an online presence. And having an online presence does not mean having to build a website. Having a Facebook business account, for example, is a good starting point, or a WhatsApp business account, rather. And from there, have presence in Facebook as well as Instagram, and demonstrate your wares there. Pay for some push content to market your products and wares there. And it's as cheap as, say, $5. It's as cheap as $5 for like a week's promotion or a 2-week promotion, and you build from there. What that then gives you is you start developing and building your brand online, because people see it. People see it over a period of time, and they start building credibility. I mentioned a big brand earlier, Coca-Cola, and there's an example of somebody who was lost in a remote place. Then they saw a Coca-Cola sign, and suddenly they felt, okay, I can't be too lost. They must, if Coca-Cola is here, somebody sells Coca-Cola here. So that's just the power of brand. But today, with the internet, your presence on Facebook, your presence on Instagram, your presence on WhatsApp is a starting point, for example. And then your customers will interact with you from there. And the moment they interact with you, that's a data point. This person came and saw your advert or saw your product. Did they purchase it? Did they not purchase it? Is it the first time they have come? Are they a repeat visitor of your space, of your online space? And all that data is available through WhatsApp Insights, Facebook Insights, Google Analytics. And that starts from the crawl phase. Now, as you scale and as you grow, then you might want to consider having a website or a link from those social media channels through which a customer can then go to your main site and see what you're up to. And that's kind of like a walk phase. The additional aspect is partnerships. Being an SME in the distribution space, there are online logistic organizations such as Jumia that we have, that's quite operational and heavy in Africa. And that's an example of a form that can really help you here might know of. And that then gives you distribution capacity and potentially scale. And so through that whole chain, as you crawl, walk, run, all those interactions with the customer, whether they purchase or not, whether they just visit, whether they actually go to the logistic, those are data points. Ensure you collect them. I think Lindy mentioned something that I'll definitely borrow. It's not a trend unless it happens 3 times. You will begin to see trends of customer behavior that you can then pick up on and then develop insights. And you can see that, this is the product that people view most online, or this is the product that people buy most online. You'll also use those channels to receive feedback. Oh, I bought your shoes. They're quite nice, but it pinches on the right. And that's feedback to your supplier or the person that you work with to design those shoes. And that then gives you real good insights as to how you can continue to grow your business with your customer, receiving their feedback. If you see they have not come back to visit your online space over a period of time, then you can reach out back to them. Now, all this data consolidated, guess what? AI is nothing without data. Data is the foundation of AI. And the beauty about what AI is now, AI is commoditized. So you can then use AI to generate insights from that huge source of data that you have. Now let me tell you the scary bit, and I think that's what Owen was alluding to when he said, if you don't embrace these items or these technological evolutions now, in 5-10 years, you might not exist. If you're not deliberate about your data now, guess what? Somebody else is. Somebody else is watching very closely, and what is your data could very easily become their data, and they will see an opportunity, and they will come with their capital, and they'll be able to consolidate your data and have a bigger proposition that they can distribute across this continent. So I think my call to you is to really be deliberate about your data, start small, and as you start small, it becomes easier over time. Thanks, Andy.
All right. So thank you for that explanation and also the breakdown of, letting us know that artificial intelligence now, which is a big conversation in Zambia currently, for the wrong reasons, but anyway, at least we're still getting some digital literacy over there. And also, all of this works in a perfect situation, right? When the technology works, when the mobile data works, when the Wi-Fi works. But where we have digital infrastructure challenges, how is Absa then, making it still more inclusive and accessible for people, even with that challenge of digital infrastructure? So I would...
Sandy, once again, I think the infrastructure challenge, we did experience that problem firsthand. The most important thing for a bank like ours, and I would imagine even my counterpart in Kenya would do this, is to provide options options to our customers. So where one product, one channel, one platform is not working, what are the alternate options to the customer? And this becomes very important for continuity in the business. And let's say, for example, we have a network issue, and Lindy, sorry to say that. We have a network issue that has to do with maybe, a signal. These things happen. There's always a solution to a problem. What you need to decide is whether the solution is right for you or not. Because what informs that would be, what are you going to pay for the service? What are you willing to pay? And again, it's what benefit are you looking at? Is it time? Is it efficiency? And so on and so forth. But from an inward perspective, Sandy, I'm very proud to say also we've got facilities that enable customers. During the energy crisis, for example, we provided access to finance for our customers to be able to buy alternative power solutions. That's a big way that we are enabling not just women, but the entire ecosystem. Another way that we do this is to continue to partner. And again, I would like to reference to the conversation earlier. Partnership is the new competitive edge. Because for what we can't do as a bank, because we will never be able to do everything, our partners come in. Whether it's giving access to finance through, for example, CEC, or whether it's giving additional footprint through a partner, all those are the things that we do to respond to our customers' needs.
All right. So I'm just going to pick the transactions part of what you just said and go to Lindiwe. Right now, we're seeing a rise in mobile money and embedded finance. So how do you think that businesses can integrate these tools to streamline their operations and to also just operate effectively?
So because we've also just invested a lot of time and money in research, we try and make it as easy as possible for businesses, depending on their sizes, to integrate back with us. So beyond your peer-to-peer, how you can send money to a business, you've got the option to self-onboard as a merchant today. So you can go online with your company documents, self-onboard as a merchant, and begin transacting and receiving payments. What that allows you also to do is sweep those funds from that wallet to your preferred bank at the end of every day. The second option is if you're a little bit more sophisticated, we allow for you to do a direct integration with us as a Nemeno. So you can bring on board your IT guys and they can directly integrate based on the APIs that we make available. Thirdly, also for businesses that don't want to come and deal with us directly, they have an option to go through aggregators who have aggregated on behalf of other smaller businesses. And obviously the convenience is a lot more when you go through an aggregator. But I think the gist is that the options are available for the ability to make yourself official as a business that is receiving money on the platform. And yes, we are ready. It's available.
All right, thank you so much. My last question is for Moses. You know, we've talked about business, we've talked about data collection, how to increase our operations, how to use all the different payment platforms, but at the end of the day, we want to scale, we want to grow, we want to be known. So how do we take Zambia Kuchalo? How do we take Zambia to the world? And this is not just for Zambia, but also how do we take, regardless of where you're coming from as an SME owner, how do we market ourselves online and reach even bigger global markets?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, so there's the aspect of partnerships. Partnerships is really powerful in my view. And forums such as this to exchange and figure out, what could be relevant in an alternate market. And then partnering with, large-scale logistics firms so that you can distribute and distribute beyond borders. From a banking perspective, we also support in the FX play, or in the, by FX I mean foreign exchange, or cross-border transacting. And I think that then helps with being able to receive funds for somebody purchasing goods that is beyond your borders. And we support in that regard from a banking perspective. But additionally, connecting SMEs in different markets. And the beauty about online and the beauty about digital is that once you're online, you're visible globally. And you can always drive your marketing at a global level and really leverage on that opportunity. So, I mean, I would encourage all of you to have that in mind as you, again, crawl, walk, and run, get to a point where you can scale beyond your borders. So I think that's how I do it. Make sure I'm very present online, push marketing on a regular basis, partner with logistical firms that do cross-border deliveries, and then partner with Absa to support in foreign exchange transactions that are cross-border as well.
All right, Lindiwe, Owen, Moses, thank you so much for your time and sharing your insights with the SMEs in the room. I hope you did get something. Please do find time to mingle with them at any point today if you want them to expand on anything that they did say, but please, a round of applause for the brilliant panelists. Thank you.
And a round of applause for our brilliant moderator, Sandy. Moses said, basically, if you can't run, walk. And if you can't walk, at least crawl. But we have to get started, and don't be frightened of data. Scale, because it can help you scale well beyond your borders. Lindiwe said that it's critical that she said that let's use empirical data to answer those burning questions. And also with that, we had Owen, who said, basically, with data, all the answers are available. All the solutions to your problems are available. So now I would like to quickly call on Daliso, who will help us with taking up a poll so that we can just better engage with our online audience. And yeah, take it away.
Thank you. Before we get into the poll, I think we're giving rounds of applause to the panelists and everyone. So I think let me also just take this moment to give a round of applause to Tehila, our moderator. Thank you. So to keep our online audience engaged before we break off into our lunch break, there'll be a poll with some questions, and then after the lunch break, we'll come review the answers, see if you also feel the same way with the online audience. So if the digital team, if you could just launch that poll right now on the Zoom chat. Okay, so there are 3 questions, multiple choice. We'll see what the sense is. So question 1 is, what's the biggest challenge facing women-led SMEs today? Option 1, is it access to capital? Option 2, market access. Option 3, business skills. Option 4, regulatory environment. Okay, I will slow down, sorry. What's the biggest challenge facing women-led SMEs today? Option 1, access to capital. Option 2, market access. Option 3, business skills. Option 4, the regulatory environment. Okay, by a show of hands, do you think it's access to capital? Okay, option 5, all of the above. We'll see, when we come back, we'll see what the online audience thinks. Question 2, which of these would be most transformative for your business? Option 1, mentorship. Option 2, partnerships. Option 3, social media presence. And then option 4, business management tools. There's no option 5 this time, unfortunately. So is it mentorship by show of hands? Okay, I see one hand. Partnerships? Okay, the room is now getting filled up. Social media presence? A few other hands. And business management tools. We will use this information and help your businesses going forward as well. And then question number 3. What is the most significant barrier to accessing funding for your business? I'll repeat that. What is the most significant barrier to accessing funding for your business? 1, lack of collateral. Option 2, high interest rates. Option 3, complex application processes. Option 4, limited knowledge of funding options. There's no option 5 once again. So by show of hands, lack of collateral. Okay. Option 2, high interest rates. Okay. Complex application processes. Okay. And the last one is limited knowledge of your funding options. I guess we all know where to go then. So when we come back from our lunch break, we'll see what the online audience thinks. Please, if you are tuned in on Zoom, please do vote, and we'll get back to you. And keep commenting. Your feedback is highly appreciated, and we need it for further information and further improvements on our processes. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is data collection as well. So now we have limited time, so we can only take 2 questions for our panelists. We should have actually had them remain on stage, but maybe we can have a revolving mic to take 2 questions, 2 very short questions, and I'm asking for very short answers. They can be impacting being brief still. 2 questions, 4. Oh, we've got the opportunity to take 2 more, so that makes them 4 questions. Show of hands, any questions, please, for the last panelists? All right, a mic is coming to you over there. Please just assist us with the mic. Other hands so that we can have the mic on standby for you as well. No questions, so we've only got 1. So I guess data will answer the rest of your questions. No? All right, please introduce yourself and go ahead with your question.
Great, thank you so much, Taila. My name is Karine Shawa, and I am Country Director for Daraja Plus, an agency that is ingrained in digital marketing and experiential marketing. One of the things that we do at Daraja, first I'll just start with that before I get to the question. is that we fancy ourselves as the bridge between what a company wants or what's their intention for their product, and we translate it into consumable knowledge for the consumer, right? And one of the things that got me was classic when you were sitting there. I don't know where the Airtel lady is.
Lindiwe.
Lindiwe. And Lindiwe, you said, oh, we have a business platform that you can self-integrate, right? On the payment platforms. How many people understood that? That Airtel has a business platform that you can self-integrate. About 2 people, right? If I can translate that, it means that if you want to create, for people to use your product and pay you, you can go and set it up yourself, right? So how we say the product and how we say the service, how many people understood that? That if you have a business and you go to Airtel and you can set it up yourself so that people can pay you directly to your business. Who understood that translation? Much more than business platform self-integration, right? So my point is to use very simple languages so that they understand that the service is there. Once they know it's there, then they can access it. So that was my first point. My second point was on data. I think it was Mr. Mukundi from Kenya. Moses, yeah. Yes? So it's very interesting that you spoke about the use of data, and my mentor and business partner actually went to Estonia with you to discover how they do it over there. But one of the things that I wanted to talk about is that we in Zambia don't take advantage of the data that we have. At Daraja, whenever I'm talking to a client, I talk about digital marketing. And people think digital marketing just means posting on Facebook and Instagram, right? That's all you think it is. When you've posted and then you have 50 likes, and you're like, yes, I've won. 1,000 engagement, yes. But what it actually means, we don't have the knowledge of what it means. But what digital marketing can do for you is that we can target your product to your clients. That means we can figure out where your customers are online, what time they are online, what age range they are, what kind of products they buy, and then offer your product as a supplement. How powerful is that? If I explain that to you, isn't that a better way to understand digital marketing? So my call to you guys, the panel, telecoms, and the bank, is that explain it so people understand what it means. When you just say digital data, it isn't functional until people can relate to it and understand that it is a benefit to their business. So how best can you do that? Give me a call. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for our panelists? Thank you so much, Karine. Questions? Questions and comments, do we have any? Yes. All right, we'll come to you just now. Mama Sunshine, here we go.
I have a general comment. I don't know if it's a question or a comment, and just about what, as a follow-up to what the good lady was talking about. A lot of times, anyone who is offering these services, they expect you to know. And in you not knowing, there's so much delayed service delivery, where even if it's a tender, even if it's a something that they want you to participate in, it's so complicated, and then they're telling you it's easy. You can do it. Everything is online. It is not easy. Ponded. So that somebody will tell you, I tried, like in my case, I'm a freak in understanding what something that I can benefit from. So when I want to do something, and then at the time that I am ready to do it, because my time is scheduled, when I said at 10 hours I'm going to do this that Absa has, engaged, and at 10 hours I try it, and then at 10:30 I'm still trying, it's gone. I'm not going to do it. So this is what is causing for us SMEs, or for us who is doing business, delayed service delivery is one big thing that we have to avoid, because that means you have lost money. And we want to have money so that we can come and bank. If you don't have money, you're not going to be seeing us. So that's how simple it is. So when you introduce something, tell us the benefits and tell us why you've done that. You are sitting for you. You're
Thank you so much. And indeed, remember at the beginning when I said that this is a Pan-African conversation. And the thing about conversations is they are two-way, right? So even as we are here as service providers, our job is, yes, we're presenting, yes, we're providing platforms, but it's also to listen to what the feedback is. So this also works as a feedback loop. While we were having fun with Dadiso's poll here, but it's also a way to collect data so that we're able to better serve your needs and improve our systems so that they're more efficient, they're more effective, and they don't give you a headache, because sometimes the sun can be a headache in itself. Daliso?
Okay.
Before you go on, I think Moses has got a response or a comment.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting that. Indeed, it is a two-way conversation, and I think the lady from the digital market, great feedback. One aspect that I wanted to add is, indeed, some of these words, digital marketing, data, you're not going to get comfortable with them from listening to a panel discussion. It's probably an introduction at best. And I think as you budget for your business, and if you have the budget, and that's the wonder about technology, it constantly evolves. And we joke in the technology world, we call it the great equalizer, because no one knows more of technology than the next person. If you think you know more tomorrow, there's a new technology or it has evolved. And so I think there is a powerful opportunity in also setting aside some budget around training and development. What we try to do at Absa is to create kind of those forums where we can have some empowerment sessions and learning sessions so that we can see how we can adopt technology in a low-risk way and develop capacity. And if you don't have time for that, indeed, I think that was also a very good marketing way to introduce your thanks.
Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edith Mwenda from Corporate Branding. I run a branding company. I would like to agree with the lady that spoke just now. Most of us SMEs, we are challenged when it comes to technology and data. I'm one of the people that it took me like maybe 1 month just to learn how to do internet banking. Even that itself was a challenge. Opening my bank account took me like 3 months because the bank Absa was asking for too many details that I didn't have. It took almost 4 months and I was almost giving up. They want this, the documents from PACRA. No, there's no signature here. There's no this. But meanwhile, they said that it takes 22 minutes to open the account. It took me 4 months to open the account. And when you want funding services, they will tell you, oh, go to this link, go to that link. Some of us don't even know how to open the link. Or go to this website, all the information is there. We understand there's technology now, but at least some of us need like a bit of guidance on personal touch to our requests from the bank. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's such an important point, but not to belabor on that point too much, right? So again, there's need for us to invest in capacity building. Why I say that is I come from a telecommunications and ICT background, and you find that In the same vein, as it's hard sometimes to even access those links, we find that we're a bit vulnerable, so we asked our sons or our daughters or the next door neighbor's son to assist us with those links. And ladies and gents, especially of the older demographic, we're the ones who are falling prey to so many scammers. It's because of lack of knowledge. And you know what they say about lack of knowledge. So you don't want to be a victim with that as well. Yes, it can be hard and even inconveniencing, maybe something that's supposed to take 20 minutes, it's taking 4 months. But let's also take it upon ourselves to learn some of these systems, because you've got others who have learned them, and what they're doing is they're taking advantage of your lack of knowledge. We haven't had any questions from the other end. We've got a hand up. Do we have a hand? Should I come over? You go. And please don't forget to be introducing yourselves. Oh, there we go. We've got another hand from those who don't know Namakoka. She's a very amazing and impactful woman in so many spaces in Zambia, and she's doing incredible things. And we know that she's going to launch into the deep and go international as well. Please take it away.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Namakoka Mzoa Mwemba, and this is not a question, but just a short comment. One thing I've noticed about us, most of us small-scale entrepreneurs, is we don't have our papers right. This is why we feel like the processes are so complicated. But over the last year, I have learned that when you put all your papers together, the processes are always easier. Have your books ready. Like, tell yourself, if I applied for a loan today, everything is ready, even if you don't want one at that particular time. And then 2, learn to get help. You can't always be a social media guru. Hire somebody. Ask for help. There are people who are tech smart. There are people who are camera smart. Yeah, so if you know that's not your strength, get somebody to do it for you. There's always somebody. I just met somebody outside when we had our tea break who is a social media manager to learn online banking. Ask someone to just come and say, do this, do this, do this. Yeah, so always get help. It's okay to get help, and just put your things together.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for all the contributors and indeed our panelists. Can we cue in the video? Is it ready? I know I was talking so much about Ghana over today, especially during the morning, but we have a video that's hailing all the way from Kenya. But before we play it, we have a response or comment from Lindiwe.
So I'd like to make an offer. I have vested interest. Anybody who will need henceforth consult around technology, onboarding on apps, websites, where to get information, what to do, technology related, you can get in touch with me. If we can't talk on the phone, I'm a WhatsApp away. I will make time. It may not be immediate because I have KPIs, but I will make it happen. Yeah? My number is 0978 980 036. 0978 980 036. If you want a connection to an app developer, I will make it happen for you. If you want onboard on Airtel Money as a merchant, I will make it happen for you. Hopefully, that will bridge the gap between the conversation there and where the businesses are.
In the words of Owen, there's always an answer or a solution to your problems. Thank you so much, Lindiwe, for coming on board as a solution. And with that, may we please turn our attentions to the screen, please.
she founded Silver Food Solutions, a social enterprise that has since trained over 20,700 farmers, 90% of them women, to process and market their indigenous crops. From inventing solar food dryers to writing best-selling cookbooks, Sylvia Banda didn't just enter a market, she resurrected one, changing how Zambians eat, farm, and prosper. At Absa, we're inspired by these stories, and that's why we say your story matters.
Such powerful stories, aren't they? So with that, we'll be heading over to lunch. But remember, we need you to network. So as you're heading over to lunch, make sure you reach out to someone else that you have not introduced yourself to. Make sure you introduce yourself. And then you're going to ask them as a conversation starter. This question is kind of inspired by Esther's testimonial. When the going gets tough, what keeps you going? I should repeat that. When the going gets tough, when you're in those valleys, or if somebody has scammed you for thousands of dollars, what gets you up and going and pushing? Can we ask ourselves that? And maybe on a lighter note, you can also ask them, if you had an opportunity to have lunch with anyone, dead or alive, who would that person be? Yeah, we can do that. So you've got the two questions that you need to ask on those tables as you're having your food. The first one, when the going gets tough, what keeps you going? And then the second one is, who would you love to have a lunch date with, dead or alive? Thank you. And with that, lunch is served. Not to rush you, but I'll ask that you may return by 20 past 2. The lunch is being served in the foyer, the same place where we had our refreshments. So please take advantage of this time. You can go powder your nose, you can go clear up lunch. Make sure you network and introduce yourself to someone you have not met before. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Afternoon. I trust that you had a wholesome lunch. And I hope that we did not sit with our regulars. Ladies, may we please have your attention as we just start with the program, the rest of the program. I do know that this is before 3, right? So the itis has not kicked in yet, correct? Or has it? No, not yet. I saw there was pop there, so I was just like, this might be difficult. So before we get into it, I would like to hear from maybe 2 people, just get some feedback from some things that resonated with you earlier on. So I do know that we had a hand on the far end over there, but my biggest ask is that on my left, can we have more contributions? It's awfully quiet this side. I do know that part of the Absa team and technical crews are here, but I do know that there's enough representation of delegates from across the board. So I ask that we engage as much as possible so that we also learn from either your feedback, your comments, as well as your questions. And sometimes never think that that one question that you have is insignificant, because you can find that so many other people will be able to identify with that very question. So may I please have a mic on my right? And as Mulenga is heading over to get just a comment, Daliso, do you want to take it away?
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So before our lunch break, we had that poll, the questions that I was showing. We got the responses in the room. Now, let's see what the team online, our online attendees, what they think. So could the tech team please put up the results of the poll? So, majority on the first question, which was, what's the biggest challenge facing women-led SMEs today? Majority voted for access to capital. So I think they're in a, oh sorry, no, the first question is where everyone said all the above. But the majority of them said access to capital as the biggest challenge. On the second one, which was, which of these would be most transformative for your business? If you could just scroll down. Digital team. Thank you. For accounting or any financial issues you may have, or even just branding and marketing. And then question 3, what is the most significant barrier to accessing funding for your business? Most of them were in agreement, but though it was quite close, most of them with 31 votes out of 90, limited knowledge of financing options. It seems that a lot of our SMEs don't know what kind of finance they can access. Is it a loan? Can they get vehicle asset financing? Can they get invoice discounting? Can they do purchase order financing? And how to go about doing that. So no one is more special than the other. Everyone's kind of going through the same challenges one way or another. So if we can all communicate, collaborate, we can progress together as SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Daliso, please. All right, so contributions, comments, questions. Please introduce yourself.
Okay.
Please introduce yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Mainga Banda, and I'm a founder of Musimbi Stores. We're a small retail store for children. And very recently, I'm a founder of a clothing factory called Equip Clothing. So I think what resonated with me today from morning is that our story matters. I think for the longest time, when I tell people I'm the founder of Musimbi, they'll be like, wow, we thought it was a white person's store. So I was like, oh, we must be very different from our fellow white people. So I realized that actually I should tell my story more because people want to hear it and that it matters and it can inspire somebody. So I think that's what resonated with me more. And I think from now on, I'll be more out there telling my story, my ups and downs, because it matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mainga. And you know, just to her story, if you've had a chance to listen to it, you'll find yourself so provoked to challenge yourself and put yourself out there. Sometimes even in a market where you do not ordinarily have past experience, but because you have the passion, you have the grit, you have the tenacity, and you just have a goal in mind that you'll be able to achieve this. And fortunate for us, I do know that you'll be sharing part of your story tomorrow. I believe it might be part of a panel discussion. I'm not too sure, but she's definitely on the program, so let's look out for that. I see hands being beckoned. We've got a hand over there, and it's still very quiet over here. So,
good afternoon, everybody.
good afternoon.
Thank you, Absa, for putting up such a great event.
Absolutely.
My name is Lungo Mlopo. I am an expert in business development and strategic marketing. So I'm the person that, on top of that, I am a spoken word artist. I write and perform poetry. Right. As I was interacting with the people here, and especially the theme of the conference, Her Story Matters, right? I realized that each one of us has a story. We may have similar goals and ambitions, but the path that we pass through are different. So there is need for you to be authentic, right? You might aim to be the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company. Maybe it might be everybody's dream, but the journey that will take you there will be different from the one that your colleague, your friend, your sister, your brother might pass through. So it is important to have a story that is yours, a story that may be different to students. And she was talking about how she actually once worked for Absa, okay? And the time that she was starting her business, she went to her network, all right? And she was managing the accounts, and she saved them so well, so much that when she wanted to do business, now she has retired, they opened doors for her, right? And so I realized the importance of appreciating every level that you are at in your life, right? This opportunity opened for her, but she didn't start there. She started when she was an employee. She built relations, have our ambitions, our stories are different. Be authentic, be real, be yourself, and tell your story. Thanks.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. You know, with what she's saying, it really speaks to, number one, integrity. That even behind closed doors where you feel like maybe it won't matter right now, you still serve with your full heart, because sometimes these are the same people you would have to call upon later on in your life. And also, I know it sounds cliche, but your network is your net worth. You cannot reach out to people as easily, people that you do not know. You have to make a network. Through this conference, we've been able to network and get in touch with Lindiwe, who's offered certain services to the women who were saying, you know what, we don't even know where to start from. But already they have formed a connection, and they now have certain strategies in which to enhance their businesses. Daliso, thank you so much. Afternoon.
I run Pamzo's Sport. It's a Shima restaurant. Yeah, I think if you had this Shima, it'll start.
Come on. Yes, now.
Yeah, I come to my Ghanaian family. I'm half Ghanaian. It's a long story. Okay, so I'll talk about financing, because financing is one of the things, I think it's, as my niece says, she runs a vineyard, and Kambala House, and Nobutula Lodge in Quito. Finance is the elephant in the room right now. And for us entrepreneurs, we're really finding it hard to get finance. Pamzone has been with Absa for the past 11 years. The one time we wanted to access a facility, I think they were just short of telling me to go and bring my dead father from Chihuahua Road to Kitwe so that they can come and believe that I'll be able to pay back that loan.
We have 4 POS machines from Absa. Even when they give us challenges, we still stick to Absa. Do you know what I say about that?
Namakoko said, don't look at me.
We have all the papers in place. We're compliant. But just Absa, it's so hard to get a facility. I actually envy our Ghanaian people that said they even get loans without security. Absa, no. Not for us. And the interest rates are so crazy. Yeah, because we stick with where I should still steal from the children. Thank you. And please come to Pamzo, come and have very good shima. My Ghanaian family will...
Location.
Location. We are in Rossbach on Lugwa Road, plot number 7. If you know Pamosi Hotel, behind of Pamosi Hotel, there's Jacaranda Primary School. And behind of Jacaranda Primary School, that's where we are. I'll run some cards around.
Absolutely. A huge round of applause for Mama Pamzo, please. Thank you so much. And again, these are the conversations that do matter. And these are conversations that are part of our story, and this is what we need to be taking back. So I do know that my colleagues from Absa are taking notes, and hence why they provided such a platform for us to be able to liaise. And also with Daliso's is survey, like I mentioned earlier, it did mention asking certain questions, pertinent questions that might not be so comfortable to discuss, but to ask, like, what challenges are you facing? Is it high interest rates? Is it lack of access to finance? And those are things that we appreciate in you being authentic and answering. You know, you spoke about authenticity and how important to be authentic. Kind of making fun of empowerment or conferences, they're like, the word that's spoken the most is authenticity. Be authentic to yourself. And I kind of chuckled because I overuse the word authentic, but honestly, I can only be but myself. And I know that the next person cannot be me. There can only be one Tahila in this season and doing what I do, for instance. Of course, we can share names, but you understand what I mean. The same way that I don't expect Daliso to try be the next person, but there's so much beauty when you are yourself. So we really do thank you for taking that approach and being yourself and being authentic in these spaces, because this is certainly a safe space, and honestly, all feedback is welcome here today. And with that, I'd like us to turn our attention. There was one more question. Oh yes, please. So that will be the last question for now.
Thank you so much. My name is Irene Tembo, and I run an HR and recruitment company, but we're different in that we help companies to meet their gender targets. So for example, where you're looking for an engineer, we only give you female competent engineers. So at the heart of our gender initiative is our She Green initiative, whereby we help women in regards to sustainable development goals. We capacitate women in regards to renewable resources. So mine is a comment and a question direct to Absa. My comment is that as a woman, your story should always evolve. You need to constantly invest in yourself. You need to please ensure that you leave a portion of it to invest in yourself so that your story continuously evolves.
Love it.
My question is to the Absa team. You remember I was looking for them. I still can't find them. So we have this initiative that is called She Green. And we've recently received funding from the European Union, thank God. But the struggle that we're having is we are registered in Mozambique and Zimbabwe, where we are running the same initiative. Not have, basic education. But the struggle that we're having is, if I am banking with Absa Mozambique and I want to also work with Absa Zambia, it's still Absa, but the platforms are different. They are so different, and unfortunately, okay, we do not have one in Zimbabwe, but we're also registered in South Africa. So is there not a platform that as She-Hub, we can just use one platform? Because it has been difficult. Yesterday, we had a very heated conversation with the European Union, and they're saying, your administration is poor. But I told them, no, it's the bank. Because in Mozambique, I'm working with Absa. I've spoken to the MD of Uber Bank, but then, it's Uber, I want Absa because I've had a very good experience in Mozambique, but make my life easier because I'm not just in Mozambique, I'm in Southern Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. I'm not too sure if we have the program. Keep them under a minute. Keep them under a minute. I would really appreciate it so that we can move along with the program.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
By the way, you're looking cute, handsome. Mwalibi Habuti Dalumba. My name is Rita. I'm a CEO for 2 companies. I'm an agent for Maltese, accredited. I'm found in Kafue, and I've been with Absa for the past 17 years.
Wow.
Some slim thing that I don't always keep quiet about, and I like this opportunity because you take time to give me a response to what I want. If you can work on that one to stop competing with the microfinances that have come about. These small institutions you want to compete with, you are making our works difficult. Palm Stock can be my witness. We started, I opened my companies in 2009. We were suppliers first, because the other one I supply, the other one I'm just an agent. If I've got an order finance and I need to deliver the product in 2 weeks, I'm depending on my bank. My bank would tell me, Rita, give us a collateral that is more than what you want. And Rita is just a small girl with a tradition land where she calls it her village. Absa will say, find this and that. There will be too much English that which Rita cannot reach. Okay? In my DSTV agents, I need floats.
Miss Rita, 10 seconds.
Okay, I'm at 8 seconds. Sorry, ma'am. I'll need you to walk through my store. You want to pay for subscription? I need to do it fast, within 2 minutes. But I don't have a float. I'll wait for someone of trust because of, this skin. But you, the way you've called us to market yourselves. Am I lying? You're marketing yourselves. But you send us to market you more outside there because we are the one holding the people at large who share that income to us, to you. So please, can you look at that? Fellow women, am I lying? Thank you for now. I wish I had 20 minutes.
Next time, maybe tomorrow we'll try with the 20-minute session. Thanks. One more question. Please keep it under a minute.
30 seconds.
Well, thank you.
I want to throw a challenge to what is the IT team or the online marketplace. So that way I can contact my sister from Ghana who wants to buy land. I can know where the Nshima is being cooked, okay? Or I can be able to buy different things. So we're so many women. I don't know how many people are banking across Ghana, across Kenya, across Zambia. So my challenge is, can we come up with a marketplace? So maybe I'm sitting next to someone that I can sell to immediately. And she can pay me cash, I don't need a loan.
Absolutely. So that's the challenge thrown out to Absa. Can we come up with a platform that is basically links different markets, different international markets? And we do know that we've got representation here from Kenya, from Ghana, as well as Zambia. Very good challenge. We'll see if we'll take it up. Okay, now I just ask that we turn our attentions to the screen. We'll have 2 videos. One of a woman in banking, somebody that we can identify with and still draw inspiration from, learn from possibly their challenges and how they navigated through the same. And we've also got another one which is solely to inspire us to be greater and hopefully reach such heights and even make sure that our story is evolving so that we too, maybe next year, can be the ones to share our inspirational videos. Please take note.
Medinde Dana Chanawa, CEO of Imadi Trading Enterprise Broken. Yejuma Diene say ye poultry feed. Bibi dia fa livestock. Ehon die. Ye waha say eno ne ye. Me na me trade. Enti ye sika na ye nya ni na salary. Eno so die wo pe mo loan na enti me ma o. Say die wo pe ma wo fan share business ni mu. Da Absa Bank Ghana. Ene Mastercard Foundation ase. Bebre. If you say Sikana buy no, na many pon na so say menya say Sikana everyone chain. Nti ya buy no, e bi ni say adwuma na expansion no. Ewe ba bi aye we ya. Na ye machine ye use no ha e ba akopɛ. Ye timi bi si mesa na ba akoka ho. E na ye san so bi esi maize dryer. Enu achi no, ye timi anya warehouse mo no, ya san so anya veterinary shop. Ya e ho so ye ton no bia poultry ehia so you fani e wo ha se no na ye workers ni 7 22 no kwa aburo ehule de maye every season say yanke nya bro nya aduane ma farmers enso sikani ba ye na chi na ye hu say nipa betimi akodish aka organize ya nya maize no ya nya nipa bebre na ye wo farmers be 3 ya na wo supply ye bro nanso on say 3 na chi na ye start say ye ma Eniema ama omodi abegro no sesi ano ashutu ko more than 100 ya ono no obaji a okodo abro na wo soso akwakofa na dia baba ye wadwuma nti ama chain na ye tenten ama yen ama sesi a shortage of maize ana katambia eye problem no so kra ba be free wo nti eye ne sana na ebua onu so ana otifia na onya adwuma no onu so anya kwan eye adwuma a onu so nyeska edididi emma na nkasa de e wo se yetimi so so ma na wo community ni e ba sa na hia ne kofam e ma ho kire kofam sesi a won ba wo ba ha na wo nko school no mienu atimi anya school kwan ekọ bebi ba bi no na onu so so bua afofo bi a won so hia mwa enti ma titire na da makoma so se emma won de anim sa adwuma ye mema dia no ye educate sa ma no na won so won timi wo se won so betimi aye independent wo betimi abombla wo wan kasa wa bla bom abua community na aye wom no.
Women that inspire us. Their stories in 60 seconds. In 2020, food and agribusiness giant. An accountant by training, she believes the finance office offers the most powerful position, providing a comprehensive understanding of the entire business. Now, she is putting that understanding to work, overseeing a $100 million expansion with a vision to move Zambia beyond just feeding the nation and into feeding the region. With a collaborative leadership style, Faith Mukutu is at the helm of a cornerstone of Zambia's economy, steering it toward a future of regional growth and impact. At Absa, we're inspired by these stories, and that's why we say, your story matters.
Indeed, your story matters. So I'd like you to repeat after me. Oh, that's it. I will be where I want to be. I'm sure the young ones know that I stole this from a US rapper, but let's move on. It still works. It still works as an affirmation, doesn't it? So next up we have another heart-to-heart conversation, and I know we have been having heart-to-heart conversations as we've been hearing from the members of the audience. It's a moment of personal truth, growth, and resilience. And it will be a fireside chat that is titled Her Breakthrough Moment, Personal Stories of Resilience, Risk-Taking, and Risk-Taking. So ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you help me put your hands together for Maureen, who is the visionary founder and CEO of Bandari Beauty Limited. Under her leadership, she has demonstrated an innate ability to anticipate trends and, most importantly, seize opportunities. You know, there are times where you have an opportunity that's slap bang in your face and you just refuse to seize it. Sometimes it can be because of fear, other times because of lack of knowledge, but most times it's just because we just don't want to invest in ourselves. We'd rather maybe complain, but sometimes we find that the opportunity was right there. And you never want to be in a position where you regret not having seized an opportunity. Now, her entrepreneurial spirit has not only fueled her own success, but has also allowed her to foster growth and innovation within her. Let's do this again, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the beautiful and luscious Maureen. Now, anchoring this fireside chat is Joyce Wanjiku from Absa Bank, Kenya. She's the head of Women in Business. She's a banking professional with over 18 years of experience in SME banking, customer experience, client relationship management, risk management, and banking operations. She focuses around driving financial inclusion, fostering inclusive trade, and empowering women-led or owned businesses through strategic financial products and services. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Joyce. So now we'll allow them to basically have a moment of vulnerability, but at the core of it, it will also be a moment of courage and inspiration. So please take note and write down and, you know, just take it all in. This is our opportunity to grow, learn, and really evolve from this experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that introduction and thank you for the engagement. Indeed, that was a very good session where you've given us feedback. It's not a one-way conversation. It has to be both ways, and we are grateful for that conversation. So in the morning, we had various discussions with our colleagues and also on the areas that we are supporting our entrepreneurs with. And we cannot talk about stories without hearing a story from one of us, her journey. What has she gone through? What has she done? How has the journey been? So that we are able to relate. I think there was that conversation on being authentic. So we can be authentic as it is by hearing other stories and also relating to those stories. Also in the morning, we were told about learning, relearning, and unlearning. So it is through another story where you also get to learn and also unlearn something that you've had. And this session gives us that opportunity to learn from one of us. So we'll just get right into it. And we have Maureen. Met Maureen a few years ago. Of course, being a banker, you first get to interact with the customer from the data piece. So you'd get to know the name of the customer, the background of the business, the turnovers, the revenues, until you come to meet the customer themselves. So I met now Maureen physically in last year Inspire Me conference, which we held in Nairobi. And she was one of the...
We are from lunch, so sometimes it's interesting to be in the afternoon session. So we are going to do a quick exercise just so we can pay attention after this. I love doing this because I learned it when I was in corporate. Let's put our hands on our waist, and then we use our hips to spell the name Zambia. You never know, I might gift someone something like 1,000 kwacha. You never know after this. So let's go. Z. A. some of us, our stomachs are so big, it's already B. I. And lastly, A. I've identified someone on this side where I was seated who I'll gift something. Thank you so much.
Maureen, people were asking, is it in capital letters or small?
Good one. I should have specified. So, who is Maureen? Maureen is the person you come to when you want to enhance your confidence and your well-being. And we use skincare as a medium to do that through my business, Bandari Beauty Limited, in 2011, when I took the step, the courageous step, to write my first blog post. Those who are millennials will probably identify with blog posts during that time, and that is what really catapulted me into being a full-time content creator on the side as well.
Thank you, Maureen, for that introduction and exercise. From your introduction, you've mentioned pharmaceutical, you've mentioned influencer. Would you go back and give us what was the starting point and what was the defining moment?
Biotechnology, I knew I was going to end up in pharmaceuticals in one way or another, or in a lab somewhere in Nairobi. But you realize sometimes in African countries, I don't know whether it's just in Kenya or everywhere, when you're going into research as a scientist, you'll find the older generation are still working, even in their 70s, in their 80s. So for you, a fresh graduate, you kind of need to go probably back to school and have a master's so that you can be able to compete fairly in that field. So for me, I took the route of going to pharmaceuticals. So I worked with Big Pharma for about 5 years. And while doing that, that's when I decided to start a business as a side hustle. I think most of us in African countries, you normally have your work in terms of corporate work, and then you want to do, like something on the side just to make ends meet in that regard. So that's how I found myself in entrepreneurship. And as I always say, I feel like entrepreneurship chose me, and then I later chose it.
Okay. And there is a lady there online in the room who's in corporate, who's doing that side business. What would you tell them that was your driving force, or what was your transition point from the employment space to full entrepreneurship, and what has that done to you as a person?
So the one thing that I always say, and this is, it's said everywhere, something that you're passionate in will always yield some results. But at the same time, if you want to transition, especially from corporate to entrepreneurship, you need to have proof of concept. You can't quit a well-paying job in this economy and try to start a business the next day. Ideally, without taking, obviously, time from the corporate, you have to know which one is paying your bills, making you live, literally, and pay more attention to that. But as you do your side hustle, then you have to have proof of concept so that you know, if I move from corporate to having my own business, is it something that is viable? Is it something that can be scaled? Or is it something that, if I'm going to try, this is going to be a very expensive hobby? So from the beginning, you have to kind of define, is this something that I can scale if I put all my energy into it, and do I also have access to funding for the same?
Okay. So let me still remain there for someone who really has that desire to transition, and they're really stuck. So you have the proof of concept, you've already identified the business. What would that one thing you would advise me or that person or someone else online to really focus on as they get into entrepreneurship? Because at times when you have the business on paper, it looks good. The concept really looks good. Yeah. Until you get out there in the sun, in the field, the story becomes different. As Kenya, we say, kwa ground vitu ni different. Yes. So what would you tell that entrepreneur?
One thing that I was doing actively was attend forums like these ones. Because one of the things that you get in such forums is women and men who have
been there, done that. And I know in a way that you have a one-on-one situation where you're able to ask questions. And being a millennial as well, and I keep referring to my age because we are so digitalized, you have access to people you would normally not meet on a day-to-day basis. So you have the visibility to see this CEO of a certain company that I aspire to create wakes up at this time. This is how they handle their matters at work. This is how they're putting together a leadership team. And you start to learn from people like those without necessarily
networking.
Yes.
Networking is really key.
Yes, and I think I've seen a few of my colleagues selling books, and in those books, some of them are talking about how to network. So you should definitely also invest in things like, having a book and having that connection digitally with those who have gone before you.
That's great. So speaking of networking forums, going back to last year, Inspire Me conference, how can you connect your journey for the last 1 year? This is the Inspire Me conference 2025 in Lusaka, Zambia. How do you connect the journey for your journey for the last 1 year, looking at what you've spoken about, how investing in yourself, going into forums, and also looking for networking opportunities?
I think one of the things the 2024 Inspire Me conference did for me is to give me permission to move with the audacity of a man. Like, men move like mad crazy, because the few men who are in the conference were talking about, these big ideas, this big thing that they are doing, and you realize if you sit somewhere and feel like, oh, I'm such a small girl, then that mindset will prevent you from doing anything. And when you look at the women who are in that forum, who have been doing their businesses for so long, and you hear their stories, they were actually moving with the audacity of a man. And I think from that particular conference to now, the things I've been able to move in terms, they ask for permission, but I feel like the conference also just gave me the permission to do that.
That's great. So Inspire Me conference, last year's conversations are still online, and you can find her story there.
Yeah. The few people, especially the men, because I most of the time encounter women and women forums, to be honest, but whenever I sit down with men and they even get to introduce themselves and their businesses, they might even easily be 3 employees in that company, but the way they will audaciously tell you, I'm the CEO of, this and this fintech company, and you're just wondering, wow, this is really some big shot person. And one of the things that changed in my mindset also, I know SME stands for small, medium enterprises, but for me, I totally dropped the small. Because I realized the moment I keep introducing my business, Banari Beauty or Luna Spa, which we can talk about later, to someone and say, I run a small business in Nairobi, then it constantly remains in my mindset that I'm just a small person in this horizon. But nowadays, audaciously, I'm a medium-sized business, which is true, yes, but I feel like sometimes it's a women thing where you want to tell people, I run a small business. And yet, you're educating so many people in your village. It is giving you a lifestyle that you deserve. It is not small. And even if you started yesterday, the moment you put it in your mind that my business is small, I just started yesterday, that mindset for me needs to shift as immediate as now.
Okay, thank you. You can clap if you mean to. Let's stay there in terms of some of the things that hold us back. And you said you did not ask for permission, you were given the permission. And most of us have very successful stories and very successful businesses, but we fear, I think, let me just say it's like fearing to give or share that story, not realizing that that story would unlock another woman's business. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that and the courage and the strength that you had to come out and even accept the invitation to share your story, not only to the room, but to the whole continent, because we are speaking to the whole continent. How did you manage to do that?
When Absa approached me last year to be a speaker, honestly, the first thing I questioned myself was, why me? I'm literally just struggling to bring this business up. How did you come and pick me out of all people? And granted that there are so many businesses out here. And one of the things that I learned in that particular situation was also, you get to meet people, and the focus on your story also exposes you to so many opportunities. Yeah. So from that particular conference, I've been able to work with other corporate companies in terms of coming in, and especially during the International Women's Day, and enhance the confidence of their people in their business. Because with Bandari Beauty now, we are able to come in, do consultations. If you're struggling with things like acne, dry skin, eczema, and all of that, we're able to give you solutions for that in a way that you can now be able to show up confidently in your meetings, in your Zoom calls, and all of that. So besides inspiring other people to show up, I feel like it also kind of pushes you to do more for yourself and realize that you're not a small person or a small fish in a pod, but you can actually sit in tables with everybody else.
Thank you. As you grow your business, I know some of the challenges that entrepreneurs pick in the journey to entrepreneurship is the lack of access to finance, and I think that was a conversation before we went for lunch, which is true. But also there are other factors that affect a business. And maybe you could speak into that and see how the opportunities that you've had, they've unlocked other businesses for you, and also the visibility, what that does for your business besides the capital piece.
I know I still echo that access to funding is such a big problem to all of us, and sometimes you can have that access, but as everyone was saying in the room, if you ask me to bring plus my dead parents' certificate, then we are kind of stretching it a little bit. So ideally, yes, access to finance, and I know for banks, they can have that, but let's make the process a bit simpler, and I think we have talked about that a lot. But one of the challenges I encountered in my business, which made me streamline things, and I think this is something that can affect all of us, whichever country we come in, is being organized and doing the right thing as far as regulatory is concerned. And I'm not afraid to say that in 2024, I had a run-in with our revenue authority back in Kenya, and we went back and forth for almost 6 months. And within that particular time, if there was a time I really felt like this is when I need to quit, that was the time. And you realize when it rains, it just pours. During that particular time as well, I was having so many employees demanding pay rise. And I was wondering, okay, so I'm dealing with the revenue authority here. I have around 6 or 7 people who want, a pay increment. At the same time, I was also scaling Bandari Beauty into a medical spa as well. So the funds are also tied in scaling into something bigger. And I was sitting in my office wondering, did I actually ask for all of this? I can just quit and go and be a housewife somewhere back at home. But you realize sometimes you're doing things bigger than you. Because the moment you think about quitting, you have to think about the 20 employees, 30, 40 employees that you have. And for every employee, they always say it's like you're feeding 4 or 5 people. So you realize then at that point, it's literally beyond you in terms of this is not my business, my baby only, but this is something that is serving a greater good than that.
That's great. In terms of the my breakthrough moment.
So when we talk about breakthrough moments, for some people, it can be you have run your business for quite a while, and maybe you want this big funding to come through so that you can scale. For others, it could be finding the best location to set up your business. For me, I would say it was when I realized what my purpose for my business was. Prior to 3 or 4 years ago, I was just running the Bandari Beauty as a commodity business. You have the money that I want, and I have the products, the skincare products that you want. At that point, we were importing skincare products from the UK, Korea, and US, And the customers would come in, this is what you want from Korea, here you go, give me the money, thank you, it's been nice, see you next time. But in 2021, thereabout, we had one of our strategy meeting in January, and we were trying to explore why is it that we have customers who keep coming back all the time? Whether you do little marketing or shout on digital, what is making these customers come back and back? And we were looking at the reviews as well, and you hear people talking about, you restored my confidence, I could not date, I could not show up my video on Zoom. And you start wondering, what exactly are we doing? And I remember during COVID, people were coming to the store and someone starts crying. I cannot go anywhere, I cannot board what we call a matatu back home, which is the public transport, without someone sitting next to me wondering, what is wrong with your face? And you know, if you've gone through acne in the room, you know how that is mortifying. Because you know you have acne, you're probably trying to deal with it, but here comes someone else asking you, what is wrong with your skin, as if you have the answers to that. So people used to come to the store, they would cry, and it's during COVID, so you can't even hug someone. You're just doing, oh my God, it's okay, it's okay. And later you realize you're not in the commodity business of just give me the money, I give you the product. You're actually restoring people's confidence every day. So for me, when it was like a aha moment for me that this is the greater purpose that I'm serving. And the moment that hit me, it changed totally how I looked at my business, and that was the breakthrough moment for me, to be honest, because then how I decided
you took, and how did you brace that?
With the risk, I think still moving audaciously like a man, because that happened after the conference that we had the first time. And the fact that we were focusing on impact, I knew for a fact that with Bandari Beauty, we are giving the customers products to apply when they're back at home. And if you've used any skincare products to solve a problem, you will know that it's not a magic product. It takes at least 30 days to 60 or 90 days for you to see changes. So for that reason, I realized if I moved my business and scaled it into a medical spa as well, we're then able to use even more stronger ingredients to cut down the particular period of time it takes for you to see changes, and therefore able to deliver the confidence in real time compared to applying your products. Now, I did not know that running a service business was completely different from running, a retail business, and it required a lot of money to set up. And I think that is where now I will identify with all the other entrepreneurs in the room, where you run to your bank and you start wondering, was this risk worth it in the first place? Because now I can't sleep. I'm just dreaming and having nightmares about this scaling. So you realize sometimes the risks will be there, but you can never be ready for them. You rather they come, you start working on them, and then you perfect on the way. So 2024 was quite a risky year, if I can say so.
And when you say having a service business is totally different, what would you say in terms of connecting the two? Is it a continuous conversation from the first encounter when I come to your shop, so that you're giving a solution till the end, or how have you modeled that that business?
So Luna Medical Spa has been in existence for about 9 months now, and I can tell you for free that is one of our biggest challenge, because we have perfected the art of retail, but now connecting it to service, it's the same way you can go to a hotel. Service, you just feel it, as opposed to retail where I can see the physical product. But with service, you have to feel it yourself, and whatever we do catapults to you feeling that we have served you in a certain way. And we realized with time, it's a continuous process where we have to keep asking back for reviews. Give us feedback. What are we doing right? What did you like? What didn't you like? And we realized over time that this is something that might not cannot work overnight, and we have to put strategies in place to ensure that it's a continuous process. So I wouldn't honestly stand here and say we have perfected it. It's one of our biggest headaches, because you realize how you deal with commodities is totally different with how you offer the service, and therefore this is something that we are constantly working on.
Thank you, and wish you all the best as you scale that side. From the journey and from the various areas that you've looked at through your business, what lessons has your journey taught you, and you would be willing to share with the ladies in the room and also those online to support with their entrepreneurship journey?
Initially, because I started my business by myself, I tried to grow it by myself, I used to say I'm self-made. While that could be true, I came to realize over time that no one is self-made. It could be, for example, my husband remaining at home taking care of the children so I can be here. Yeah? So ideally, I wouldn't be here if I had to do both. And you realize sometimes you're so stressed at work and you have to go to someone else and just pour out your heart. This is happening, the employees are doing this, someone stole from me, the accountant doesn't know what they're supposed to be doing, and someone else is giving you a listening ear and also even giving you advice. So don't die alone, number one. Don't die alone. There is no certificate for suffering by yourself. No one will come and say, number one, this Joyce, here is your certificate for doing it alone. You will die doing it alone. So ask for help and accept help when it comes. So that's one. Number two, you will never be ready. Let the process find you while you are on the road. Because if you start thinking about an idea and you want to be ready with documents, you want to be ready with funding, you want to be ready with employees so that you can launch that ship, it will never happen, and it might actually disappoint you. So the best is to start, be on the road, and then you will scale from that particular angle. And then the last one is rest. Rest as much as you can. And I know entrepreneurs, sometimes we feel guilty, especially if we are the accountant, we are the marketing managers, we are the advisors, we advise ourselves, we call ourselves into small meetings within ourselves, and we forget to rest. And I've come to realize that you cannot think outside the box if you're not constantly taking those moments to rest as well. So rest, guilt-free. Because you can also rest, but you're feeling guilty. So you're not resting, actually. You're just stressing yourself simultaneously. So take some time off. Today is a rest day, and I really like the women on my table, because someone was trying to call someone, and someone responded, no, I'm in a conference. Ideally, this is your time. So rest, and then you'll go back and handle your matters when you go home.
Awesome. And in the next 30 seconds, what would be your last parting shot to the ladies in the room, gentlemen, and also those online?
My parting shot would be, you are enough. If you look at most of us in this room who have been doing business for a while, even if it's a year or two, they normally say businesses die within what period? Within 5 years, yeah? Even within 3 years, a business can easily die. But we are here because we have managed to do it. So you are enough, actually. In as much as someone else will come with artificial intelligence, this is how you can improve your business. Someone else can come with funding, this is how you can scale your business. They're coming because you know what you're doing. You might not know all the answers here and there, granted. Obviously, we cannot know everything, though God should do something. I mean, we are putting our lives out here as entrepreneurs, so He should add a little bit of intelligence in there. But you're enough. And by the time other people are coming to enhance your business, it's because you already know what you're doing. And you should always trust that at the end of the day, with or without AI, with or without funding, with or without other people, you can actually make that ship sail.
Thank you, Maureen. And where can they find you?
In Nairobi, Kenya. However, you can also find us online, at Bandari Beauty on Instagram, and my personal brand at Maureen Bandari.
Bandari, spell Bandari?
B-A, oh, should we again use our hips? It's B-A-N-D-A-R-I. Bandari. It's actually a Swahili word for harbor, like if you have an ocean or a sea somewhere where you dock, so that's the Swahili word for that.
Thank you so much, Maureen, for your time and for your story.
Thank you for inviting me again.
Indeed, it has spoken to someone in the room, online. We say your story matters, and every story is here to elevate your story as well. So thank you for your time and also for listening to our session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And that is Maureen from Bandari Beauty, as well as Joyce. Another round of applause for them, please. You know, there's quite a lot of things that were mentioned and said that really resonated with me. And I really feel like this was the perfect way to end the discussions for today. You know, in not so many words, on imposter syndrome. And as women, we tend to really cower and think we're not good enough. And to really have this false sense of humility where you keep talking about my very small business, because you feel like if you're maybe truthful to the fact that you are growing, maybe people will start questioning you. And Maureen said, have the boldness, have the courageousness to walk with the audacity of our male folk, because they will use all the jargon that Karine was talking about. No, I'm a big fintech company that spans 3 countries. By that time, maybe they've only dealt with like 3 of their international friends. But they have so much boldness with it. And you know, you need to learn to practice to speak well into your business and speak life. And that's why it is important to even have daily affirmations for your business and for yourself, so that you walk with confidence. And my late grandfather always used to say, he's like, dress the way you want to be addressed. And indeed, you also have to speak the way you want to be addressed. So that's also a challenge for each and every one of us today. So now we'll quickly turn our attention to the screens as we are about to finalize with regards to the discussions, because we're really going to go into a networking session as we end off today. I ask that you turn your attention to the screens as we have a client testimonial by Easy Cuisine, as well as an inspirational video from Mrs. Mlenga Kapwepwe.
My name is Shika Fredia Menin, the CEO of Easy Cuisine. We are into natural spices. I'm really glad to be part of this conference. It was an opportunity for us to be shown in the international market, because we have products which are locally made in Ghana, but others too need it. And so we brought it to Kenya. We have had various opportunities. We have met other competitors and other country members who are interested in our products. At the conference, through the training they gave us, we realized that I have to scale up and to bring other important products that other markets are looking for. And this has really inspired me to come out with more products, more than what I already have. I now have a different perception about Absa Bank. Formerly, I thought it was all about finance, taking our money and all that. But today, I have a different perception. I have learned so much. I realize that they are empowering the women entrepreneurs, and this has inspired me.
Women that inspire us. Their stories in 60 seconds. Mlenga Kapwepwe is one of Zambia's most influential women. A leader whose life work is steeped in arts and culture. She carries Zambia's story with her wherever she goes. A prolific author, playwright, and keynote speaker, her African pride is showcased even in her distinctive answer. She championed the arts through impactful advocacy that shaped the industry. More recently, she co-founded the Zambian Women's History Museum, a project to rescue and amplify forgotten contributions of women, digitally rewriting the historical record for the world to see. From preserving proverbs to building institutions, Mlenga Kapwepwe ensures Zambia's story is told in its own voice, complete and true. At Absa, we're inspired by these stories, and that's why we say, your story matters.
Absolutely. And right now, I'd really
like for us to recognize Mrs. Monica Boram. She is a representative from the Ghana High Commission, and I think it's very important for us to put our hands together for her. The room, is she still with us? Where we have such representation there so that they can equally take it into their spaces and really talk about the women who are doing great things. And even the Ghanaian women who are here, I'm sure she would proudly be able to share those stories, as well as stories from our Zambian sisters and our Kenyan sisters. A round of applause to her, please. And our royals have been with us throughout the day. Another round of applause to them, please. They have been following today's proceedings, and we're just so grateful because it is important to have those spaces. I mean, everybody who is that they play in how people think, how people expand, and what it is that they find acceptable. So it's very important that we have such representation and to also have them hear what we're saying and for us to also equally take back what their feedback is. So before we get into the breakaway session, international correspondents, are you still alive? You're still there. Would you like a mic? There we go.
Thank you. I just want to read this one comment, I think that kind of sums up day one of the Inspire Me Absa Conference 2025. And it reads from Facebook, absolutely loving the Absa Inspire Me Conference. Entrepreneurship has never been so sweet. We are truly learning and are eager to put what we are learning into practice. Thank you, Absa Bank, Zambia PLC. However, I'm not going to just extend this to Zambia. I think it needs to go to Kenya, more different things. Please come renewed, refreshed, and prepared to learn even more from different speakers, different panelists, and just everyone in general who will be up on stage. I'll hand over back to you, Tehila, and thank you.
Thank you so much. And really speaking about collaboration, there was when you took the poll, there were answers in terms of people talking about the need for partnerships. Now, these partnerships have to also be founded between just you who are converged here in this room, right? And then Melinda Bam, she's a former Miss South Africa. She has a tagline that says that girls compete and women inspire. And women collaborate as well. So that's what's important. And we all know the famous verse that says, one will chase 1,000 and two will chase 10,000, not 2,000. So there's a multiplier effect in holding hands and working together. And we've certainly seen that with Absa Zambia, Absa Kenya, as well as Absa Ghana. Please put your hands together for the three teams. All right, so now entering the final phase of the day, this is what you call like a practical, right? You've been receiving lots of theory, but now it's time to put into practice. So we've got breakaway sessions, and it's for you to really just dive into the technical discussions and policy talk and really have some of those burning questions answered from maybe a policy perspective. So we definitely still have our exhibition area for you to meet the exhibitors as well as the suppliers, ask some questions on how you can also take your business to the next level. And also, as you're doing that, make sure you patronize them, why don't you? Make sure you also compare notes and just try to spark collaboration. This is a very good opportunity to do that. We also have business roundtable sessions that will be laid out at the right at the front of this auditorium, and it will be consisting of our ecosystem enablers from ZDA, which is the Zambia Development Agency. So are you looking to export to Zambia, import to Zambia, or looking for investment? These are the people to speak with. We also have the Zambia Association of Manufacturers. That goes without saying, and it's self-explanatory. We also have the Patents and Company Registration Agency. You're talking about how long some of the processes take. Well, some of those processes take long because you're not even registered with PACRA. So these are important. Yes, this is the Zambian chapter of the same, but I'm sure if you've got certain questions, they might be able to guide you accordingly if you're from Kenya or Ghana. We also have Fair World Properties Limited, and they deal in real estate. You can never go wrong, I hope, with real estate. So let's be practical and let's get informed, but just to advise you, so you don't need to stay at one stall for the whole period until we break off, right? So what you do is have conversations, ask those questions, and you can move on. If you've got questions for all of our ecosystem enablers, please feel free. But with that, would like to formally close the day one conference, but we're not done when it comes to networking. So make sure you take advantage of that. But I do know that at a time, maybe some important announcements for tomorrow. Do we have any important announcements for tomorrow? Please do come early. Let's come early. Let's not have empty seats so that we're waiting to start. Because, you know, one thing is the online audience were there and they were ready and they had so many expectations. So I know it's been a long day, especially those who've traveled. I do know that sometimes you can get a bit jet lagged, but let's try to be here as early as possible so that we get things out of the way, so that I'm not rudely interrupting any panel discussions, and for us to just have smooth conversations during the day. With that, I would like to thank you. You have been great, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Recording stopped.